For 363 days a year, it's a fully functioning affiliate. But for the last 2, it has been a competition venue. We have transformed CrossFit Mayhem into a gym, into an arena, and the volunteers were hard at work again last night, transforming it yet another time, as we are now ready for the second day of competition here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico, and I think people forget, like, this is an affiliate, and tomorrow you guys are back to your usual class schedule.
Yeah, we kind of harped on it yesterday, but 2 o'clock class, me and Rory on Wednesday, and then, man, I can't say enough about all these white shirts you see around here. Mayhem members, we were in here last night till about 10 o'clock. I had to take the tongue lashing from Dad. Everybody else is like kind of afraid of him and thinks he's going to hurt him. I'm like, oh, I'll tell him, you know. So we got that thing up, and man, it brought me back to my childhood, you know. Hold the flashlight still. And, right? So it was great. It was great.
Angelo, what's it been like for you this
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, I think, with Rory saying that he's going to be back in here at 5 a.m. tomorrow. So
yeah,
Josh was really excited to be able to, like, transform and then transform it back and be ready to go again at 5 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, we are here to qualify some athletes to the CrossFit Games, but if you want to go to the CrossFit Games with Mayhem, you can sign up for Mayhem Athlete at mayhemnation.com, and you're entered to win a full Games experience. Mayhem Athlete is giving away the ultimate Games experience, 2 tickets, exclusive gear, and even a chance to train with Rich. So head to mayhemnation.com now to enter. That's always a cool thing that you guys do. What's that like from your perspective?
This guy will be competing. I'm kind of worthless at this point. So we're going to take over an affiliate there, a Mayhem affiliate, and we're going to run some classes. So we're going to have a ton of fun. The Games has been a huge part of my life for years and years. Last year was the first year I wasn't there for the first day or two, but I made it towards the last end of it. So we're excited to bring Mayhem to Madison. Or not to Madison anymore. We're going to Albany.
Going to Albany, right.
Blew that, man. Notes.
Now, like you said, you're going to be competing.
We'll see.
But for people who don't know what the Mayhem experience is all about, what is that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously, it's competing. I've competed there several times, but if you come there, you're going to get through a bunch of classes. This guy may jump in on some of them.
Probably a lot of
them. And, you'll get to work out with him. You get to work out with all our crew here, and then kind of see what it's basically like to come take a class at Mayhem, and then maybe from there you come down to Mayhem and do a class here as well.
Yeah, it's a great location, great experience. I've seen you guys out there a bunch throwing down. It looks like a lot of fun. If you're a fan, that's how you can get to the CrossFit Games, one of the ways you can get to the CrossFit Games. If you're an athlete, there's a couple of ways you can make it to the Games as well. You can earn a spot through one of the 10 in-person qualifying events. This is the first one, the 2025 Mayhem Classic. 18 men and women will be qualifying from the in-person events. We have the in-affiliate online semifinals. That gets going May 1st to the 4th. There's a last chance online qualifier in June. And then at the end of the whole process, we have 30 men and women going to Albany, New York for the 2025 CrossFit Games. We had 2 events yesterday. We have 3 more today. If you missed out on anything yesterday, here's a quick recap. We start on the men's side. And the first event, longest of the weekend, and one of the most exciting, came down to less than a second between Austin Hatfield and Colton Mertens.
Yeah, man, Austin really attacked those runs, went out hard, but then Colton just pushing him on those squats and burpees. What a cool finish. I thought it was going to be a boring event to watch. I'm not going to lie. That was awesome.
And then COMM-MAYHEM gave us the strongest moment of the day. Heavy Isabel, 30 snatches at 225 pounds. Only athlete to go sub 4.
I think we could have given it to Guy, and then watching Abby go through it too was just as impressive.
Yep.
Both of those athletes, super strong, smashed the workout. Awesome to watch.
Overall standings coming into the second and final day, 300 points up for grabs. It's a dead tie between Hatfield and Mertens. Now Hatfield does have the tie break because he won event 1. COMM-MAYHEM is 35 points back. Krenikoff and Fernandez are 40 back, and Nick Matthew, Luke Parker, Jason Hopper all still very much alive with, again, 300 points up for grabs. Over on the women's side, same story in event number 1. Longer event came down to a matter of seconds between Emily Rolfe and Fee Sagafi.
Yep, Emily Rolfe obviously led her on the run a ton, and then they got in the gym, and Fee's burpee pace and squat pace were just able to catch her every single time on, inside the gym, and then that squat race at the end, again, is great watching people tumble into the finish line.
Great Bradley Cooper memes.
And then you mentioned Abby Doman. She went out and crushed event 2.
I just kept saying it, man. She just attacked.
And then she attacks the chalk right there,
she
too.
smashed our chalk. Josh is going to be pissed.
Little extra maintenance that had to be done on the floor courtesy of Abby Doman, but she picks up the event win, goes sub 4 as well, and as a result, puts herself on top of the overall leaderboard with 175 points. It is really close for the women right now. Caroline Stanley currently occupies that second and final qualifying spot, but only 35 points separate Emily Rolfe from Caroline Stanley. We have 3 events on tap for today. Started yesterday with an event that was inspired by a 2013 CrossFit Games event, and we're going to start the same way here on Sunday.
Yeah, we're starting with a legless and a thruster. It's going to be fun. It's an awkward weight. It's not a heavy dumbbell, but it's not a traditional dumbbell weight that we use. So it's 55 for the men, 40 for the ladies, and then there's some legless rope climbs in there. And Angela loves those legless rope climbs, which I do too. So.
Yeah. Well, here's a closer look at exactly what the athletes will be facing here in event 3.
The fireworks are done outside. Now it's time for the fireworks on the floor.
Event 3, another classic CrossFit push-pull here. We have 27, 21, 15, 9 thrusters with dumbbells. For the men, 55 pounds. For the ladies, 40 pounds. Then 5, 4, 3, 2 legless for the men, and 4, 3, 2, 1 legless for the ladies. This one should be relatively quick. Be fun to see. You do have the little odd implementation of the dumbbell. Affects the grip a little bit more than you want it to, so I'm interested to see how that goes. You've seen this version or versions of this at the games. You've seen it at regionals, old regionals, RIP. Pretty classic, pretty right in the wheelhouse of most athletes. It's going to be fun to watch athletes push through this and have some fun.
Yeah, that's so much fun to watch. A lot of history there. It's such a classic combo, the thruster. I mean, we kind of have the thruster pull up in the open, but the thruster and rope climber thruster legless is just classic to the next step, right? And it's funny watching, you know, I saw a lot of comments, oh, you got enough gloves, you know, back. I mean, I think I technically did the first ever legless rope climb at the games. I then fell. But, you know, at that point, we were like, oh, we got to use gloves because it's so much different and whatever, man. It's just, it's so cool to see. And, man, I'm excited to watch these athletes go through it.
Yeah, watching, I mean, we've seen thruster legless at the regionals, we've seen it at the games, and it's just, it's a nasty combo. It's the leveled up Fran, I guess, the regionals or the semifinals level Fran. So seeing it here with a little bit heavier weight and some extra rope climbs, what most people are accustomed to, so this should be it should be interesting. A lot of grip involved.
Well, moving on to event 4, we move 1 year forward in CrossFit Games history and take a look back at an event that showed up in 2014 that inspired event number 4 here.
Froning is firing up this crowd. A win on Sunday for Froning. That is 4 straight wins on Sunday for Rich Froning at the CrossFit Games.
Event 4 is, I won't even say a modern take. I'll just say it's my take on midline march. So you're going to start with 50 GHDs. You're going to do a 100-foot dumbbell overhead walking lunge with 1 dumbbell at 100 pounds for the men, 70 for the ladies, and a 100-foot handstand walk. You're going to do that 3 times. Yeah, maybe the only one that's true to Mayhem, I guess. Everybody wants to complain about the number of GHDs we do, but here you go, 150 for you. Going to tax that midline as well as that overhead position. You're going to have to GHD while also handstand walking too. So ton of fun. This is one I enjoy. This is one we've done a couple times, actually, I think, over the years. It showed up in What's Rich Doing. So if you follow What's Rich Doing, you've seen this before.
Anybody who knows Mayhem knows we're a fan of the GHD or the volume GHD, so I'm interested to see, you know, the leg, what happened with the legs yesterday, seeing how it affects the core today. We also like to get up on our hands, especially under high heart rate. We do like to do a little shoulder fatigue, pre-fatigue. So yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, this is a Mayhem staple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one, obviously there's a lot of history for you, of course. Like the Sunday Charge, just started the Sunday Charge in 2014, so maybe somebody can use it as their Sunday Charge in the last of a couple events, so we'll see.
We'll find out.
We've had 2 things that are about something old, and then we close out with an event number 5, that's about something new.
Event 5, probably the one that's going to hurt the most. It's going to be the most fun to watch. It's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. 30 cals for the men, 24 for the ladies on the Echo Bike. 30 bar muscle ups, same. Everybody gets to do the same. 30 bar muscle ups and 30 cals and 24 cals on the Echo Bike again. So sprint, we're going to see how fast people can go on that Echo Bike. See if everybody can go unbroken on the bar muscle up, and then see how that second bike holds up after the first one. I'm excited to see this one and see how much people want to hurt on this one, because this one you can make it hurt as much as you want to. So fired up to see this one. I think it's going to be fast. I think it's going to be painful.
All right, now just to make this a little more interesting, you made this decision this morning.
Yeah.
But you're going to up the ante here in this final event a little
Well,
bit.
you know, there's the possibility of this event, it could be locked up, right? And so we were kind of like talking to the athletes, and the name of this one is you got to want to hurt a little bit, right? And so if there's no motivation to push, it's not as much fun for us to watch. You know, this has been about history all week. This one's a little bit new. We want this one to hurt, so we decided winner. These are fake, by the way, but $3,000 to the male winner, $3,000 to the female winner of the final event.
Ooh.
So this is from my own money. This is fake money.
Win Rich's money.
Win Rich's money. Yeah, win Ben Snyder's money.
Win your real money.
This is win real money. So yeah, we want to, you know, there's a chance that, hey, you know, like, what's the point in hurting? Because I've already, we were talking to Hopper, actually. It's funny. Angelo had this conversation with Jason. He's like, you know, why would I push if I'm in 4th and those two are right there? So we were like, just wait. You want to push, I promise.
Yeah, I called Rich over and said, hey, double down with me on this.
Yeah.
Tell him he wants to win that last minute. He goes, well, why would I do that? Why would I want to win that? And you tell him, he's like, man, all right.
Well, it will be it'd be interesting to see.
It'll be fun.
Yep.
I'm excited. I can't wait to spend my money and watch that.
That's going to be fantastic. So thank you for putting that up to entertain everybody at home. I don't know how the athletes are going to feel about it, but it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But here's what's on tap for the second and final day. We're going to start with the women at 12 p.m. Central Time. That's local time. They'll go through event 3, and then the men will close things out tonight at 4:27. That's when event 5 will kick off for them. $3,000 on the line for the men and the women in the final event. And then when it's all said and done, we'll be sending 2 men and 2 women to the 2025 CrossFit Games. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, action gets underway on the second and final day of competition from Cookeville, Tennessee at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. 3 events stand between 4 athletes and a trip to the 2025 CrossFit Games. It is the second and final day of competition here in Cookeville, Tennessee, inside CrossFit Mayhem. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. And we are set for the opening event for the women here in a test that first showed up 12 years ago at the 2013 CrossFit Games, and it is still a very valuable tool to decide who deserves to go to Albany here in 2025.
I felt that in my left knee and right elbow when you said that. When you said 12 years ago.
That's the challenge that awaits these athletes. The women will have 40-pound dumbbells. The men will have
chalk everywhere. Chalk it all up. Hey, actually, you know, you might as well chalk it up. Don't fall. Don't be like me. Don't be like Rich. Don't fall.
My key is going to be hang back early and lead late. You're going to want to turn the blinders off. Rich and I know that very well. Turn the blinders off, look around, see where you're at.
See who comes out hot.
See who you can race. Let them come out hot. Let the other people come out hot. Hang back
I was waiting
a little
for
bit.
your race pace thing yesterday.
Hang back a little bit.
I heard it so many times in my sleep, I just like, that's all I heard.
There are 8 women on the competition floor for this first of 2 heats. Christine Kohlenbrander currently sits in 11th place. She's coming in with some momentum from yesterday. She took 2nd place in Heavy Isabel.
She's strong. Yeah, it's going to be, she's a really good squatter. We'll see what happens on them legless. This is almost a different workout for the guys and girls, too.
Absolutely. Could be. We'll see. I mean, we have girls out there that can definitely climb with the guys, and guys that can hang on the squats with the girls, so we'll see.
We saw Hannah Black. She's 1 spot back of Kohlenbrander in 12th place overall with 110 points.
Now, I'm pretty interested to see the strategies that we have. You know, like we said, there's people that are going to be strong on the thrusters, then stronger on the legless, one or the other. And I was talking with some athletes, actually, about breaks on the dumbbell thrusters.
Oh, really?
If it were to be a barbell, you would probably even be willing to do 3 sets, set it down, let it settle, pick it right back up, and for that set of 27. But with the dumbbells, that clean takes a little bit longer, a little bit more grip involved, and you have to get them right in the right spot. So those, every time you set it down, you're probably wasting more time than you really would like. So we'll see who breaks it and how many times.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hidden keys here is the dumbbells affect your grip way more than you want it to. Even a thruster in general, just being in that, the forearm in that position of like cutting off blood flow, but then having to control that dumbbell.
Yep.
So this is a nasty, sneaky combo. We had a barbell version of this programmed, but with the floor layout and you having those beams there and wanting to get 10 athletes in a lane or in a heat, we went with the dumbbell.
I am biased towards the dumbbell. I like the odd object, weird stuff. So everyone's used to using the barbell for thrusters, but you throw in the dumbbell, and yeah, we may be a little bit used to use it sometimes, but not nearly as much as the barbell, and then maybe change up your game plan a little bit.
And just a touch difference with that 55 or 40 for the ladies. Yeah, you know, in most workouts you see it's 50, 35. We went just a touch heavier.
Over that set of 27, it is 270 more pounds you're moving.
Oh, okay, Matt.
Think about that.
Wow.
And
Smartest
it does.
man in the room again. He's back.
Yeah, I mean,
he's back.
Starting off strong day 2. I thought maybe you emptied the tank with that on day 1, but we still have plenty left. Kiara Miller was the first woman to get to the first set of 4 rope climbs. You take a look at Christine Kohlenbrander, who's on the lead pace, along with Nina Vergovich. There is Kiara Miller.
Yeah, you're seeing real calculated kind of breaks here. I feel like, you know, you're going to have to kind of check back in with yourself every once in a while. You know, once those legless are gone, they're gone.
Yeah,
you know, they ain't coming back. So got to make sure everyone counts. It's a long no rep if you get. You may start to see some people start a rep and pause. That's when we know
maybe went up too hot, maybe started the next rep too early. This is where my keys start to come into play this first round and 2. It is the majority of the work, but you want to be able to race those last 2 sets, the 15 and the 2 and the 9 and the 1, because that's where, you know, that's where it gets important, and you don't want to empty the tank before then. So hopefully they're making smart decisions early so they can hopefully try to take
lead late.
Yeah, lead late, some may say. Lead late.
I think Christine did pretty well at the legless and sprint.
Okay.
I thought maybe, I can't remember. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah.
But
Your histories, your CrossFit athlete history probably is not your strong suit.
not
your
my
history,
strong suit. Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of when you were living it.
I know.
You know, when you were
Yeah.
making the history, you know, you don't really.
Well, you know, in a lot of handstand push-ups, I might have CTE, so that's a joke. That's a joke we have in the office when I forget things because, hey, you know, we've done a lot of handstand push-ups in our day.
Kiara Miller continues to lead. She's in the long black pants with that stripe on the side, upper left-hand part of your screen, and she's advancing her dumbbells now after closing out that set of 21. Back to the rig for now 3 legless rope climbs.
Man, she's moving really well. I mean, through that set of 21, she moved super well, and she continues to lead right now. Her legless really were just kind of nice tempo. It seemed like she had a good pace, came down, took a few seconds, and was right back at it. And you can notice there's a yellow tape line that they're reaching. We actually had a quick switch on standard right before all the athletes were testing it out. It was too much of a pull at the end to touch the metal.
Yeah, the
and,
knot, the rope ties into itself.
Yep.
There's a pretty good knot right there. We didn't want anybody getting too uncomfortable. So AFJ made that that move, and I think it's the right move. Man, I was talking to Jules, who runs AFJ, and about yesterday and asked if they do anything better, and I said, no, honestly, I didn't even notice the judges, which is kind of the point, right? You know, like they did an incredible job. It's awesome to have them in-house handling everything. And man, they did awesome. They let the athletes shine, and man, just been a fun day yesterday. Looking forward to today. You know, it's a little bit out of ordinary. You know, usually we joked about it yesterday, but usually Saturday's moving day. But you basically have moving day in the morning, and then what's going to go on in the afternoon. So, man, gonna be fun.
Kiara Miller continues to lead as she now moves into the round of 15.
I did notice that she slowed down a little bit towards the end of her last set of rope climbs, and it looked pretty difficult there at the end. Christine Kohlenbrenner seemed to close the gap there. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, we'll see what happens if they can hopefully get to this round of 15 and then really start their sprint right now.
The top 3 on the screen right now. From left to right, it's Miller. And then in the pink top, that's Christine Kohlenbrenner. And next to Kohlenbrenner is Nina Vrgovic.
You know, you've done a bunch of work to get to this point, so you're really going to see it kind of separate here. You know, those last 2 sets, if you can really put the pedal down and see what happens.
Saw Hannah Black close out her set of 3 as she returns to the dumbbells for her set of 15 thrusters. Miller is now done, and she heads back to the rig.
There you go, Angela.
Leading early and
goes.
now leading late.
Yeah.
Leading late.
Let's see
Oh,
if,
but Nina putting some pressure on her too.
I'm very interested to see how the legless, now that they've done the majority of the work on them, see how they compound towards the back end here, especially even with the dumbbell thrusters resting on their forearms and using their hands there. Kiara
Right
Miller,
to it.
Right to it.
See the standings on the left side of your screen. Top 2 women from this competition advance to the CrossFit Games, and Kohlenbrenner in 11th with 115 points is only 45 back of Caroline Stanley for second. I know that seems like a lot, but with 300 points up for grabs here on these final 3 events, you can make up a ton of ground.
If you watch Miller versus Nina, she's got a little, Miller has a little bit shorter of a pull, almost like hand just above, like maybe a fist width. Nina's taking a little bit more bigger chunk, which is might be a little smart. Nina going to the kip, which actually saves the grip. Christine, look at that right there. Now we got a race. Who wants
Miller,
it?
Kohlenbrenner, and Vrgovic off at the same time. Vrgovic picking up her pace as she gets to the dumbbells for the final time. 9 reps here, and then 1 final legless rope climb and a sprint to the finish.
Nice. Exactly what we wanted to see here.
I want to see a race here. You got to be smart. Get to that rope climb.
Vrgovic is in the lead. Her judge's hand was in the air first, and now a no rep for Kohlenbrenner.
Nice.
Here we go. This is where we want to see these girls race.
Vrgovic, Kohlenbrenner, Miller done at the same time.
Here we go.
Here it is.
One final rope climb and then a sprint to the finish.
shock.
Remember, they have to hit that buzzer.
Kohlenbrenner
right to work.
She
got the touch. Kohlenbrenner to the finish.
Bigger pulls. We're going to have a race here to the finish.
Here we go.
Kohlenbrenner's going to take the heat. Vrgovic is done. Miller now just made the touch.
Long no rep.
So Vrgovic is going to finish second. And Miller got hit with a no rep.
She didn't, she tried to get that last little kip. You could tell that grip
Got a little class.
a little panicky there. So
somebody knows what he's talking about with these keys.
Angelo, man, look at you.
7:39.49 seconds from Kohlenbrander. That's going to be the top time heading into the second and final heat. And again, you saw the standings. She's not that far out.
No.
Victoria Campos is now in. Looking to return to the CrossFit Games for the second straight year.
All right. We got Miller going up for her second attempt. She took a good long rest. Let's see if she can finish it up here.
But what a costly no rep for her. And now she's out of gas.
Oh man, she's going to need a long rest now.
That's a lonely place to be. I mean, that's the line you flirt with, though. It's exactly what we talked about. When you start to get to that point, you got to know that, hey, I need a complete rest here. And honestly, what I would like to see her doing is moving her hands a little bit and trying to flush those forearms, because all that blood is just trapped in there, lactic acid.
And right there on the far side of the screen, we got Lindsay Lane. She's finishing up right now.
Lindsay Lane closing out her opening event of the day. And there's Hannah Black. And if you weren't with us yesterday, Hannah Black is, I mean, I don't know if she's as smart as Angelo.
No,
but she's pretty smart. She's got a master's in biomechanics and motor control, and she did her graduate thesis on the workout Isabel.
Hey, you know,
Angelo, I'd like to read that. I'm probably the only one sitting here who could understand it. So that's,
I forgot.
That's what I should be reading it.
Kiara Miller now trying to get that final rep.
We call you the doctor of fitness.
Let's see if she can use that big kip right at the end to finish it up. Nope. Just barely misses it one more time.
Oh, man, it's not a good place to be.
No.
The Miller, who was in the lead until that final rope climb, and now has just hit a wall as Shelby Neal is in.
She's got 2 minutes here. I would take a full, maybe 45 seconds or something.
Yeah, she's going to need to take some time.
I would find every block of chalk in this building right now and just put it on my hands
with it.
Start rubbing it on the rope, something.
Yeah, and then if you compete long enough, you've been in that position where no one wants to be, but...
No, I've never been on a rope climb and not been able to,
Well, Paige Powers just closed out her round of 2. Hannah Black is done. She'll cross the finish line. Powers has 9 thrusters remaining. And Powers and Miller, the last 2 women on the floor. And it's, I think, fair to remind everybody that Paige Powers gave birth a couple of months ago.
2 months ago.
2 months ago.
8 weeks.
Unbelievable.
Incredible.
Yeah, she's crushing it. 2 weeks out, or two months out. All right, here we go. We got a minute left. I think Paige should be able to close this out. Paige is a really good legless rope climber.
Very good.
Former gymnast, I believe. Oh, Miller not starting off.
Use that kip. Come on.
Get closer before the kip.
Yep. Okay, she's close now. Let's see.
I think she got it
there. Nice.
She did. Kiara Miller is in.
Yeah.
And will get herself across the finish line.
Jay, you know, like, she's swinging for it, right?
Yeah,
I like that. You gotta respect that. She went for it and just hit that wall, you know? Like, you just don't know if it's gonna happen. You're flirting that line and just stepped over it just a touch.
All smiles, though, when she finished up, so she knows maybe it was just a swing and a miss for her, but she learned something for sure and can take that to another competition.
Paige Powers has got a chance here. Makes the touch.
There we go,
And now she's got to get across the finish line. I don't know if she's going to make it.
Count it. Count it. Give it to her.
There we go. Finish all the work, though.
But Christine Kohlenbrander, 7:39.49 seconds following Angelo's game plan to a T.
She did. She was smooth.
Are you coaching her or what?
I should be. I should be, obviously. We great minds think alike. She was towards the top of the heat the entire time and then just knew when to attack there at the end and made her move.
Are you a Mayhem performance coach, Angelo? Can somebody acquire your services?
I don't think they want me. I think they've turned my services away.
Well, early on it was Kiara Miller who led.
She was flying.
And then it was the round of 9 where Kohlenbrander and Vergovich closed the gap. There was a no rep for Kohlenbrander. And then when she gets back to the rope, this was key, and you both mentioned it, no chalk.
No chalk.
Moved right to it. Go. And I think that comes, she's been competing for a while. That's a veteran move there. She knew, I can get up this rope one more time. I know how much I have left in the tank, and I can hit it and win this heat.
Well, I saw Nina add some chalk in the lane there, which is smart as well. She could have grabbed it on the way. I think she did, but she wasn't far behind. But yeah, Christine, that quick little, hey, no chalk, just go for it. There you go.
7:39.49 seconds for Christine Kohlenbrander, who takes the heat, and she is with Bella Martin.
Christine, welcome back to competition. Last year we didn't see you out on the floor. You got the invite to compete at the Mayhem Classic. How does it feel to be back in the CrossFit season?
It feels awesome, scary and exciting, but yeah, I'm just really grateful to be here.
You posted not too long ago, right before the Open, that you were training for the Open. If you make semis, you'll train for semifinals, and continuing on throughout the rest of whatever this year looks like for you. Now that you're having success here at the Mayhem Classic, what is the rest of your season going to look like?
Same thought process, just taking it one day at a time and one competition at a time, so we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Christine Kohlenbrander is putting herself in good position to vault up the overall standings. We have one heat remaining, and we'll have it for you after we take a quick break here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. One heat down in event number 3, the first of 3 events that the competitors will face here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and the smartest man on the planet, Angelo DiCicco.
Right here next to you.
Oh,
you guys
my
should be
gosh.
so lucky.
That's never going away, ever.
I had to do it. I got to give the guy, I got to give him his props.
I'm all for it.
We're going to lean into it. Event number 3 harkens back to a test that we first saw in 2013 at the CrossFit Games. It was that legless event. Instead of a barbell, we have dumbbells out there. 12-minute time cap for
Got
the
some
women.
heavy hitters in this one. I'm looking. This is it. Yeah. I mean, I want to see what Haley's going to do here today. Angelo, what is your key? You had the winning key last time.
Winning key.
I think mine was pretty good too. Don't fall.
Yeah, I mean, then that did come into play.
It did.
So the hang back early, lead late. Know what you can hold early, but then you need to leave just a little bit in the tank to be able to race to the end. We saw Christine Kohlenbrander in the last heat do that, and knew she was able to take the lead right there at the end.
10 women in the second and final heat. The overall leaders coming into the day will be right in the middle of the floor. Abby Domit is on top of the overall standings with 175 points. She took 6 in the opening event and then 1 heavy Isabel yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, she obviously looked strong yesterday, and hopefully she can use that momentum and keep pushing into it today.
Yeah, Isabel was just super impressive. So excited to see what she can do here on these legless.
And Caroline Stanley is right behind her in that second and final qualifying position with 160 points. She took a 3rd and a 7th on day number 1, but she's only 10 points up on Andrea Nisler, who's in the middle of your screen in those
You got several games athletes in this heat and only 2 spots. So
yes.
It's going to be fun.
Yep.
Going to be fun. I want to see what happened yesterday, see how it adds up to today. And we know Haley's really good at legless rope climbs. She's going to be in there. Fee's really good at legless rope climbs. So
there's Caroline Stanley.
All that venison meat she's eating must be helping her. So
you like her, huh?
I mean, I like the fact she's
like a hunter.
She's a deer hunter. That's cool.
I mean,
we can level with that.
Yeah. Well, this is how tight it is in this heat. Caroline Stanley is in second place with 160 points. Manon Anganez, who sits in 10th, has 125 points. She's only 35 back as Anganez is Stanley for that final qualifying spot.
That's what we want. That's what the people want, right?
We can see a big shakeup all day today on this event or even later today. And
you talked to Andrea, and she's, of course, downplaying her legless.
Absolutely. And all these girls looking like they're breaking these dumbbell thrusters. being smart, hanging back, seeing where everyone's at, and then
got a mover here. And
Manon Anganez is the first woman to put down her dumbbells. Paige Semenza was right behind her, along with Claudia Gluck. They'll be the first 3 women to start their set of 4 legless rope climbs. Fee Sagafi working her way back. And in lane 2, Emily Rolfe moving as well.
Yeah, interesting to see what goes on, how quick the 5 or 4 go down, and then we really saw the kind of separation there once they got to the 3 was kind of, or the 2 was the hinge, right?
Where things started to change, and yeah, all these girls in the rope climbs really moving pretty quick. I mean, this is the first round, but they all look really good on the rope climb here. Not too long ago, I mean, maybe it was that long ago, but there was doing this amount of legless rope climbs in an event, not at the CrossFit Games, was like was hearsay.
Taboo.
It was not going to happen. So yeah, here we are doing, for the ladies, they have 10 legless rope climbs today, and that's it's a pretty dense pulling test for sure.
Claudia Gluck was the first woman done with her set of rope climbs, but Fee Sagafi was right behind her, and they are both onto the set of 21 dumbbell thrusters at the same time. And Gluck's gotten hit with a couple of no reps here early on.
You're dense, Angelo.
And now Raptis and Semenza, a couple of games veterans, move into the dumbbells, and Manon Anganez is already there as well at the 50 rep mark is when they'll, or 52 rep mark is when they'll move on to the second set of rope climbs.
Yeah, all these ladies looking like they're wanting to race, so that's good. Hopefully we can hang on to some awesome races there at the end as well.
Yeah, Fee's only 15 points back.
That's what I was about to
of
say.
A qualifying spot.
Fee, this could be a big one for her. Haley, a little surprised here on the legless. Usually really good at the legless, so maybe all part of the plan.
Maybe part of the plan. Let's see. This is it is a big chunk of the workout, but you're not halfway through the reps there. So
now Fee is the first woman done with her 21 reps. Claudia Gluck is right behind her. Time to beat is in the upper right-hand part of your screen. Belongs to Christine Kohlenbrander at 7:39.49 seconds. Now Manon Anganez is finished up with her set of 21.
That set for Claudia Gluck took a little bit longer than I would have thought. I think she got hit with a couple no reps, and hopefully she can smooth it out and then have a smooth sailing sets of thrusters after that.
Fee got right on the rope right there, but then took a little bit longer rest than Gluck. Ooh, Gluck hit with a no rep there. I don't know if she got legs on the rope before she came down or what, but Fee being smart and moving kind of with purpose here.
One more rep for Fee Sagafi, then she'll head back to the dumbbells.
Still got four athletes.
There's how tight it is. Spots 2 through 10, just 35 points separating Stanley from Anganez, who's in 10th place. Now Sagafi back to the dumbbells to start her set of 15.
Fee really seems like she's just kind of attacking here.
Yeah, she is. Fee's being an aggressor here.
There's Stanley.
Gluck coming back to the dumbbells. That no rep, that's a long no rep, especially on a workout like this.
Now, Fee just took a break and looked over to her left to see Gluck and is right back on it. Gluck is now just starting.
Yeah, Fee's in a good spot here. You almost like, you know, she's got a pretty substantial lead, so she just wants to stay within herself and move.
Manon Anganez onto the dumbbells as well. Here comes Paige Semenza.
Fee going 3 sets, I think, on this set of 15. Gluck catching up, though.
Yeah, she is moving those thrusters really well right now, and even with that no rep on the legless last set, she still looks smooth and got right back up, so maybe she just has an incredible pulling capacity and she can hang on here. She's really not too far back, even with those no reps.
Well, this is where we saw things really get tight in heat number 1 between
Kohlenbrander, 3 or 4
and Miller and Vergovich. One more legless rope climb on this set for Fee Sagafi as she knocked that one out pretty quickly. Claudia Gluck, right side of your screen, just starting her set of 2. Haley Adams, meanwhile, is falling back of the pack. Let's take a look at her.
Yeah, there's 3 girls that are still on their man, Fee. Fee attacked that one right there.
Yeah. And Sagafi onto the dumbbells for her final set.
Gluck about to go up on her final one, legless here.
This is really shaking out into a crazy heat. I mean, you got girls in the center that are not quite leading. You have Fee who's leading, and then you have people all over the place in this heat. So this is really interesting and really was shaking the leaderboard.
There is Haley Adams.
Haley hit with a no rep.
is
with a
taking
no
a break.
rep.
Now, this is what we were talking about this earlier, just competition awareness, understanding what you needed to do here. Fee Sagafi right now is just trying to beat Christine Kohlenbrander's time. She's ahead of Gluck, who's now just picking up the dumbbells. Sagafi's done. Fee has a lot of time.
Plenty of time. Yeah, a minute and a half here. So stay within herself. We'll see what happens with Gluck here. I feel like she keeps just attacking this rope, though.
Let's see.
But
Yeah,
Fee's already on the rope, so she's pretty safe there.
Looks like Fee's gonna get it here.
Wasting no time. Final touch
go.
for her is good, and Fee Sagafi looking to pick up an event win and possibly move into a spot inside the top 2.
Yeah, she's got to be happy with that. Really executed super well, and just really we were talking about it the entire time. She just did great from start to finish there.
6:30.88 seconds, more than a minute faster than Kohlenbrander. Gluck is on the rope for the final time.
See if she can make this last one count.
So
Make it
second
smooth.
place is still up for grabs. 95
There it is.
points for Gluck if she can get in ahead of Kohlenbrander's time, which she will be able to do no problem. So a second place event finish for Claudia Gluck, who came in 9th place overall.
Very good finish for her.
And now Manon Anganese is in. And she is going to finish in 3rd.
Got Alexis Raptis about to finish up her dumbbell thrusters there. She'll move on to her last legless.
She's got company right behind her with Caroline Stanley and Abigail Domas. We're going to finish up, and she'll be there too.
Paige Semenza is in. Emily Rolfe is on her last rope climb as Haley Adams is on her set of 15 thrusters.
We got, looks like Emily Rolfe's going to be the first one up, but then we have 3 girls right behind her also on the rope, so this could be a good, interesting race here at the end.
Rolfe is done. She's going to beat out Stanley and now Doman. So it is going to get much more interesting
Alexis
in
missed
the
one
overall
there.
standings after this event.
Oh, no rep, that's what I meant. Did she get a no rep there?
Got a no rep on her last rep. She was trying to race the other girls, and now she needs to rest, look around, know where she's at on the time, and make this last one count.
Yeah, Haley surprising here. She's not using her feet on that descent. She's basically doing an up and a down. Don't usually see that with her, so a little weird. I don't know.
Fee Sagafi, sorry, we had to make up 15 points on Caroline Stanley.
I think she did that.
And Nisler is still on the floor. She's in 3rd. She's the woman between Sagafi and Stanley. So Fee could find herself in a qualifying spot with 2 events remaining.
All right, and we have a race right here with lane 7, lane 8, Nisler and Raptis. Looks like Nisler's gonna make the touch, and she's gonna finish up.
And Nisler is now in. Raptis fell off the rope, got hit with a no rep, and now Haley Adams moving back to the dumbbell for her set of 9.
I can go ahead and tell you Haley's not real happy right now.
Yeah.
But she'll come back. She'll be all right.
Paige Semenza is heading back to talk things over with Alexis Raptis, who you can tell is pretty frustrated right now.
Looks like after just like what happened in the last heat, once that first no rep hits, it takes a long time to rest and be able to go again.
And you guys know as competitors, like this thing in your brain that's saying go, 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 go,
Yep.
and sometimes you listen to that as opposed to listening to your body.
10 or 15 seconds out there feels like an eternity, and you know you need time, but that 10 or 15 seconds, you look around, people are next to you, people are finishing up, you want to race, and it's the best thing for you is to focus on what you have to do at hand and hit that last rep and make it count.
Yeah, and legless is just not something you can come back from, and it just doesn't immediately come back to you. It's a long rep. It's not it's not one pull-up. You're basically doing what, 4 or 5 pull-ups, especially depending at this point in the workout. All in a row, and it really, you can't even open your hand at a certain point. That's what starts to go. So,
and then even just the accuracy of making sure you get a clean hand on the rope and then hitting that tape line at the end when you're exhausted. And let's see if these girls can finish
Raptis
up
is
here.
making her way up as well as you take a look at Haley Adams,
both
who made
finish
it.
up.
Raptis made it as well. So both Adams and Raptis get in inside the 12-minute time cap. And Fee Sagafi's going to pick up her first event win of the competition and her second inside the top 2.
Fee crushing
Incredible, yeah. She's super well-rounded. We've seen her for a long time. She was here at the last Mayhem Classic, and she's just killing it.
Fee over there to console Alexis Raptis.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in. She wants to be happy for herself, but knows that her friend is struggling, and you almost feel selfish for feeling good, but then you got to kind of always throughout the weekend, you got to try
after the competition's over.
Yeah,
and this is where it's about having a short memory.
Yeah, short
Raptist
memory.
has 2 events remaining. We've already seen big shakeups here. 200 points are still out there for Alexis Raptist, but early on it was Claudia Gluck and Fisa Gaffi facing off. And Fee was just perfect here.
Right? I mean, wire to wire, just kind of led, and she knew that she could push those legless at the end, and just kept attacking every single time.
Fisa Gaffi
almost like
runs the perfect race. It winds up locking up 100 points in the process. 6:30.88 seconds for Fisa Gaffi as the top 4 times from that second heater. The top 4 in the event is Christine Kohlenbrander will take a 5th place after her effort in heat number 1. And Fisa Gaffi is with Bella Martin.
Fee, it has been so much fun having you drop in here every so often. How does it feel to be at Mayhem competing against all of your friends and some of your family here this weekend?
Oh man, coming to Mayhem, it feels like home. That's the one word that I always think of when I come here. It's truly home. People here, Rich, his crew, everyone, they like take me in as one of their own, and it truly feels like I've kind of been one of their own for many years. And it just feels like I'm just home having fun.
And that's how it should be. Last season didn't go the way that we would have hoped it would have gone, but you have a new fire in you after your performance in the Open. Here you are showing people that you're not messing around. Where did this come from? Where's the joy? Where's the new fire in you?
Oh gosh, a couple things I think. I think my team, Matt Torres, Brute, I train down there in Jacksonville, Florida, but truly like my family and my friends, that's who I stay close to. And I don't idolize, you know, what's on the leaderboard and where I'm at statistically, and I think in the past I did a little bit, and that's kind of where I held my value, whether I got my games ticket or not. And I think this year I'm just having more fun, enjoying truly my journey, because I feel so much more love with myself and my crew, and I'm just trusting it. Whether I get my ticket this weekend or not, like I'm just so proud of my team, and there's so much love with that, and there's nothing better than just lots of love in your corner.
Fee, well, we're honored to have you here. I'm getting emotional talking to you. Congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Fisa Gaffi, her first event win, her second inside the top 2. She's had a great first 3 events and very well could wind up in a qualifying position with 2 events to go. The women are done. The men coming up next as the second and final day of competition continues here in Cookeville, Tennessee at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. The 2025 Mayhem Classic is brought to you by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet. By Northern Spirit, made in the gym, designed for the world. By Mayhem Athlete, elite-level training made for everyday life. And by Rogue, don't weaken.
I mean, first off, I just got to check on you. You need a tissue? What's going on? I was a little emotional.
I'm emotional. When your friends do well, oh gosh, it just hits different when you're out here on the floor.
Everyone loves Fee. Well, hey guys, we're over here at the Heart and Soil booth. Again, this is the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet. And here's what's cool. They've been here partying with us, having a great time all weekend long, but they want you guys to be involved too. So if you're a gym owner, affiliate owner, they've got an offer to you. They want to be able to make these supplements available to your members so you can share health with your community as well. I want to show you guys. I love the Warrior product. And Rich's favorite is the whole package, but I figured we'd bring Bella into the mix and let us know what you like.
There's something for the girls, too. The moms at Mayhem love the Her package. The young girls at Mayhem love the Her package. So if you want it, it's not just for your muscles, it's for ours, too.
So we got a whole package and Her package. That's cute. I like
it's
that.
It's just for us, yeah.
Okay. Whole
and
package and Her package.
If you want to have these at your gym, too, you can go to heartandsoil.co. COMM-MAYHEM.com/B2B.
We wanted to thank these guys one more time for making this live broadcast possible. If you like watching live CrossFit events and you love what Mayhem's doing, please support these guys because they're supporting us. Thanks, guys.
The 2025 Mayhem Classic presented by Heart and Soil. Today's action brought to you by Mayhem Athletes. Second and final day of competition continues here from CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. Women are done with event 3. The men are up next. Thanks for being with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeCicco. And event 3 goes all the way back to the 2013 CrossFit Games. Inspired by Legless.
This weekend is sponsored by history.
Yeah, and there's definitely some history with this. Like, I can remember watching it and watching all the ropes hanging from the rig. They're all over the place. It was a really cool event to watch.
Let's talk keys to the event, because as we saw with the women, I mean, Angelo, you were spot on with this.
Hey, I mean, it's not my first day.
You know, not your first rodeo.
You got to pump his chest up anymore,
Yeah.
please. His head's, like, in a minute, we're going to have a whole separate camera angle for Angelo's head, because it's getting so big.
He keeps moving farther away.
I know. I'm like, let me
This
move my chair. His greatness is touching me.
That hang back early, lead late, I think is going to play a factor for a lot of these guys. How strong they are at legless. They need to be smart on those bigger sets and be able to push those later sets.
The first of 2 heats for the men, 10 men on the competition floor, including the 2024 CrossFit Games champion, James Sprague. Sprague comes in 11th place overall with 110 total points. He's 75 back of Colton Mertens for that second and final spot.
Yeah, Sprague's a little bit taller. He'll do well on this. Man, this is going to be a fun heat to watch.
We did see him walk up a CrossFit Games victory in an event very similar. It was pull-ups and thrusters this year. So let's see how well he can do here.
Sam Cornway, a good legless rope climber. So I'm excited to watch this one here.
Sam Cornway will be right next to James Sprague. Cornway working out a lane.
Raquelme, very good
Number 5.
gymnasty athlete.
Yep, you can say that again.
I heard Sam was upset with the amount of volume yesterday. Not enough for him. Not
Really?
enough events. Yeah.
Well, let's see how he does today then.
He takes an early break on this opening set of 27.
He was actually one of the athletes I talked to, and I said, I think you can afford to break this first set 3 times if you're quick on those breaks and you're quick on the legless. I said for an athlete like him, Rich mentioned he's really good at legless rope climbs. So with quick breaks, he may just be saving it. That time in between those legless is big, and if he can cut that down just by a few quick breaks in the dumbbell, then it could pay off. I'm
excited to see Seth here too. Seth's pretty good at leglesser. You got your top 3 right now in this heat, and here in the middle.
And is he not wearing Vans? Or is he? Can we tell?
No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Seth takes the first early lead here. No, those are not Vans. Outside his.
There's Spencer Panchik on your screen right now.
I did not have that one on my bingo card
Seth
either.
is also
a lot of
on
these
his
guys.
First set. So 5 rope climbs here for the men. And Angelo, you mentioned like those ropes hanging from the cage.
Yep.
I got to give Bill Grundler a shout out here, because they unveiled that at the time. Like, you guys didn't know that was happening.
No.
They saw the rig, and I'll never forget, I'm sitting there with Billy. He goes, they're going to unveil those ropes, I guarantee it. They're going to not go all the way to the floor, and it's going to be legless. I was like, you're insane. That's not going to happen.
That can't happen.
He was right, yeah. So shout out to Bill Grundler on that
Super
one.
cool.
We haven't. It's obviously, you saw it in the graphic, but they are doing 1 extra legless per round. So, that may come in. It's obviously going to come into play, but all these guys are pretty proficient on that rope. Seth kind of maintaining there. Spencer as well.
Spencer was really fast on the rope there. Seth's right behind him. Those guys just killed those rope climbs, and then let's see how that game plan pays off for him here as the reps go down a little bit.
Sam and Sprague right there moving. Farlow moving. So, old Royce.
As young of a guy as James Sprague is, he's really a good competitor. He really is good at watching where his competitors are at, and it also comes down to knowing their ability as well. Knowing your ability is important, but knowing the guys around you's ability. If you know they're a really good legless rope climber, maybe you can play off that a little bit, or maybe they're better at thrusters. You play off that a little bit and put pressure where you can or where you feel you can catch them.
Sam got hit with a no rep there, and I can watch his face, and now hopefully that doesn't spiral him a little bit. He was not real happy with that, but hey, we'll see if he can bounce back from that.
Spencer Panchik, first man done with a set of 21. Seth Stovall is now finished, and they head back to the rig for 4 rope climbs.
Seth moving back with some purpose too here. I like seeing that run there, letting you know he feels pretty good on those legless. So,
man, Spencer only 3 pulls on his rope climb.
That's impressive too.
And he's taking big chunks out of that rope, and that pays off. The time under tension, that absolutely will pay off.
Sam getting a little, you can tell those dumbbells weighing on him a little bit there. So we'll see if that grip, man, that grip's going to add up here, controlling those dumbbells.
James Sprague has moved himself into third place behind Stovall and Panchik, and now Cornway sits in fourth. Panchik has 1, and I'll make that 2 reps remaining on the legless rope climbs.
I'm excited to see what Seth does today. You know, obviously we get pigeonholed a lot for our fitness around here at Mayhem. We do a lot of legless, we do a lot of GHD, we do a lot of fitness. So I'm excited to see Seth, you know, a lot of volume. You know, these days are going to start to add up a little bit here, man. Seth, I like to see this hustle back and forth between the two. He knows he's got to do something here. And make some moves.
Set of 15 first, just ahead of Spencer Panchik.
Wearing that 931 Performance Therapy shirt, giving AJ Wilkerson the old shout out. AJ's a good buddy of ours here, runs, he's an ATC athletic trainer.
Here comes James Sprague onto his set of 15.
Yeah, we just gave him a free spot there. AJ, you can pay us later.
Just kind of what I thought Sprague would do. He's really playing to his game plan. He's moving those thrusters quickly. Seth as well, he's just as quick. He's really, I mean, we know Seth's got really strong legs, a great squat. His position's incredible, and there he is just moving the dumbbells well.
See if he jogs here.
Him and Spencer moving at the same rate again.
No,
Spencer Panchik was done with the thrusters in the round of 15, just like he was here, but this is exactly where Seth made up the ground. Seth is going to get to the rope first. 3 reps here.
Yeah, this is a different round than it is for the girls, I feel like. 3 is obviously way different than 2. But it is it's a bigger chunk. You know, Seth broke his thrusters there. Spencer didn't. Spencer's getting right back up for rep 2. Seth waited a little second. James starting on his ropes right now.
You can tell. I know what's going on between these guys' heads. You know that they're both playing the game. Yep. Seth did the run to put some pressure on Spencer to get to the rope, and Spencer did a quick turn on the rope to put some pressure on Seth. It's a game of cat and mouse, and we'll see who can hang on and keep pushing through the end. Spencer gets off the rope first, but Seth's not going to be far behind.
James fast on that set.
And now James Sprague has moved into second, and he is jogging back to the dumbbell. He's going to close the gap pretty quickly with Spencer Panchik, and both of them get their hands on the dumbbells at the same time. 9 reps and then 2 final legless rope climbs.
James needed to do something today as well. You know, he was sitting just outside of probably where he wanted to be, you know.
11th place overall.
Would want to be in that final heat. We will reshuffle after this, too.
Sprague is now in the lead just ahead of Spencer Panchik. Panchik took a look over and said, oh, man.
Yeah, you can see those guys.
I don't know if he realized
he was there.
Sprague
those guys both took a look at each other and
get a taste of the old Panchik medicine, you know, like Scott did that to me at regionals in 2014.
Yeah.
So
one of the best finishes ever. That was great. That was the rule of you have to go over your barbell.
It was, yep, the old Froning rule.
Now the sprint to the finish. We'll see who's going to get there first. I don't know. We'll have to go into the buzzer.
I told you. I was right, Spencer.
Spencer hits it first.
1/100ths of a second.
That's what we want to see.
That's great.
Heck yeah.
I was too stunned to talk for a minute.
Let's see if Seth maybe pushed outside there.
He's got 1 rep left.
So does Farlow. No, is Farlow on his last round too?
26 reps is the number that these guys got to hit. So there are a lot of men on their final rep. Farlow is one of them. And now Farlow's done, and he's going to take 3rd place in the heat. As Seth Stovall is running into some problems. He finally makes the touch, and Stovall will get in.
Still a very good finish for him.
Heck yeah.
But what a race between Panchik and Sprague. Just 8/100ths of a second separating the two of them, and James Sprague played that nearly perfectly.
Really was incredible. I've watched him compete multiple times, and obviously winning the game, being a champ, and being like champ to champ.
Champ to champ.
You know
champ to champ.
You know what it takes to win an event and to win overall. So he did exactly what he needed to do, and just hung back and then took the lead late.
Took it late. Here comes Sam. Cornway was in that early push right there.
Cornway makes the touch on the buzzer. He's in at 7:24.94 seconds.
We got Royce having to get up that rope, that 300-pound frame getting up there. We keep adding 10 pounds. He probably ate.
I walked by that guy yesterday.
Giant
this morning.
human being.
He is
I'm telling you.
He's a big man.
I'm telling you.
Big.
Not a lot of CrossFit guys like make me feel small, but he definitely did.
Royce does for sure. Heart of gold.
All these guys still working, looking good.
Augustine finishing up his 9s here. Celis.
And one thing we haven't really touched on too much is those 55-pound dumbbells, obviously it's a little bit heavier. Like I said, it's 270 more pounds for that set of 27, and then obviously you can do the multiplication from there.
Let's do the.
We'll do 210, and then 150, and then 90 more pounds than what they're used to. Well, you're gonna have to find somebody else to do
Look at
it.
him. Oh, now his
We'll have to get Hannah Black up here to do the rest of the math.
Look, the brain can only hold so much information, Rich.
Exactly.
Like he just, come on.
He's forgot more than I can remember.
It's hard work being that smart.
Royce and Vigneault right here. Honestly, it's impressive. Royce has just been the same pace kind of throughout and just kind of motored through this thing, and he's kind of reeling in some of these guys here at the end.
Augustin Riquelme has 1 rep to go. Vigneault is heading back to the rope for his final 2.
I think Lehman just got a no rep. That's not a good
Lehman's really been struggling. He's in 55 reps, so he's still on his 2nd set. So he's on his set of 4 rope climbs right now.
Vigneault climbing up that rope. Got 1 left.
Riquelme is finishing up. This looks like it's his last rep.
Riquelme makes a touch. He'll work his way across the finish line with plenty of time to spare.
Royce just walks up to it. All right, I guess I'll go up.
I'm surprised the rig isn't like bending where he is.
We
I'm just going to pull the rope to me.
Well, actually, when we were building that thing last night, we added an extra bar up there just because we knew Royce was going to be in that lane.
He's going to try to pull it down.
That 160-kilo frame.
Vigneault is in.
Alex Vigneault in. He's a longtime Mayhem athlete. And there's Royce as well. Royce almost exclusively follows the What's Rich Doing track. Yeah. And I'm sure he has some choice words to say to you sometimes.
Probably.
Royce done in under 10 minutes, 9:40.33 seconds.
Also very nearsighted.
Cale Lehman on the floor.
I just noticed that with that little squint there. Not a good place to be in there.
Cale Lehman's a guy we haven't really seen much of. I think he's newer to competing, and but if I'm not mistaken, he's a pro bass fisherman.
Pro bass fisherman,
which is really cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about bass fishing, to be honest, but I'm sure if I might go meet him back in the athlete area and learn a thing or two.
Look at you doing your due diligence, making,
Well, he was late to rehearsal this morning because he's down there getting info.
He was. He was. Had his
info.
backpack on.
Yeah.
Man,
little notepad.
Little intermingling with the athletes. They think I'm down there just to hang out and talk, but I'm actually trying to get some dirt on them, and I can talk crap about them when I'm up here. So, yeah, I get them comfortable, and then I start pulling the information out of them.
Slow. There is Spencer Panchik. Look, this is how close it was between Panchik and Sprague.
Sprague started to slide a little early. That was it.
There it is. Yeah,
that was it.
Panchik just barreled into that thing.
And our eagle eye over here saw it. He goes, oh, Panchik got it first.
I stood up and I could see I had the perfect angle.
The crow's nest.
The crow's nest. Eagle's nest.
Eagle's nest.
It's America.
The bald eagle nest.
Bald eagle's nest.
It's where George the mascot's going to live.
George, that's right. Yeah. G-Dub.
I think he's just hit that point with his arms where there's just nothing left in him, and he's wanting to put on a show and wanting to keep trying.
And for a guy like Lehman, I think this is his first appearance beyond quarterfinals. You want to just talk about valuable experience. I mean, you both know it's so much different when you get here in a live setting and you're with some of the best in the world.
Push outside yourself, and hey, man, we appreciate that.
Crowd trying to get him up there and just does not have the grip.
Been there, brother. Been there.
Your tailbone's been there for sure.
Hey, he's just lucky he has the mat there. I had a clay tennis court.
Yeah, well, they can thank you for that, for showing, leading the way there.
Safety, I'm on the safety council now, so I'm just a pioneer when it comes to things like that. Way ahead of my time.
Yeah, way ahead of most of these guys' time.
Yeah.
Spencer Panchik takes the heat, 6:10.71 seconds, and it came down to less than a tenth of a second between him and James Sprague, and Sprague ran a great race here.
Yeah, he did. He kind of came back there at the end. He wasn't really in the top two there for a minute. Seth and Spencer exchanging blows. Didn't really know where he was going to fit in, and then he just kind of came out of nowhere. We knew he was going to. Man, that face of determination. He's very animated.
Yeah, it's a very. The Panchik boys have that animated face.
No, I was talking about.
You're talking about Sprague?
Sprague, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously his brother Scott, and Yeah, all those guys are just, I mean, they're great competitors, and they love to win.
4 men go sub-7. Spencer Panchik leads the way, 6:10.71 seconds. James Sprague right behind him, and then Jack Farlow rounds out the top 3. Rory McKernan is with Spencer Panchik.
Spencer, last night on Instagram after day 1, you said, took a risk. That's what competition is all about. I want you to first unpack that. What did you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for 17 years, and I'm blessed to still be able to keep doing it. And, you know, I feel like when I go out on the floor, I just need to leave it out there, and I don't want to walk off the floor anymore just feeling like I left anything in the tank. I'd rather push it and know I hit my limit.
Are you happy with where it landed on day 1?
No, no, but, you know, I think that's part of the game, and it's learning, and, you know, 17 years doing this, and I'm still learning.
Yeah. Well, then you said something to the effect of ready to send it on day 2. How aware were you of the race that was kind of transpiring as James Sprague kind of came out of nowhere, and how did that affect your race?
Yeah, I mean, I trained this, and, you know, I held on in training, and you get those thoughts rolling through your head of, oh man, do I need to break this up? Do I need to be smart? And, you know, it's trusting your training and going out on the floor and listening to your body and just having that faith.
Well, it's a fantastic start to day 2. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Spencer Panchik.
17 years. That made my knees hurt. Hearing that. Since he was 12 years old, he's been doing CrossFit.
Yeah,
You and him,
great.
I was gonna say, Angelo's the same
Yeah,
way.
that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Well, this is how close it is for the men on top of the overall standings. Hatfield and Mertens, they have those top 2 spots right now. Guimaeros is 35 points back in 3rd. Krennikov, Fernandez, Nick Matthew, Parker, all very much alive with 300 points still on the board here, but they're going to have to chase down Spencer Panchik's time of 6:10.71 seconds in order to earn 100 points and an event win in event 3, the dumbbell thrusters and the legless rope climb. It's a nasty combination.
It's so good. I love it so much. You know, we've seen exactly what we wanted to see. We've seen some really good races, tight races, different strategies. We've seen guys push, girls pushing to failure. Man, what more could you ask for? Don't fall. Do not fall. We just saw Layman fall. Been there.
And then hang back early, lead late. We saw that from Sprague in the last heat. He hung back, and then he didn't end up leading at the end, but he really pushed towards the top spot. And let's see if a few guys can take a page out of his book and maybe creep up on the guy that they're chasing in the first little bit.
10 men on the competition floor here for the second and final heat. Overall leaders in lanes 5 and 6. And right now it's Austin Hatfield who is your overall leader, courtesy of a tie break with Colton Mertens, because Hatfield has that event win that he earned in event number 1 by 0.18 seconds over the Iron Hog, Colton Mertens. And there is Austin Hatfield.
Yeah, and if you think back to the games, I said this about Sprague, who did well, locked up his victory on the last couple events. Well, Austin Hatfield won both of the last events of the games last year, which were a very similar test with some grip and some thrusters. So we'll see how well he can do here, since he has a history of doing well in an event like this.
We did a legless rope climb, handstand walk workout when he was here after the Open, and he's pretty good at legless, so looking forward to seeing what he can do here.
Colton Mertens, he and Austin Hatfield, the only 2 men here in this competition so far who have both event finishes inside the top 4.
Very consistency. I mean, that's how you win throughout the weekend, being consistent across the weekend. Then let's see if they can hang on to that here, stay consistent, and then just keep hold on to those top spots.
Yeah, separating themselves from the field here. If they can keep kind of exchanging blows, they're just back and forth. Fun to watch. Looking forward to it.
Open up with 27 dumbbell thrusters.
Knowing some of the guys who've done this in training or done versions of this in training, from Dom, my inside coaching scoop, he said, if you know anything about Roman, you know his grip, and his hands are big and his grip is insane. He even openly said that this workout comes down all grip for him. So when that guy says that, you know that it's going to be a lot about the grip for just about everybody out there. So being able to manage that on the dumbbells and the legless, and knowing when you can push at the end,
I wish you could
really
see
important.
the difference in human beings in lane 5 and lane 4. Colton with Roman right next to each other. The screen versus what I'm looking at in person does not do it justice.
Well, Mertens just rifled through those. He's the first man done with that set of 27.
We knew that was going to happen. He's so fast in that squat. Really good at a thruster. Moving up on that legless.
his pulling is great, and he's going to do great. This is a lot of thrusters, and if he can be smart on the rope climbs and just run his race, but stay ahead of the guys that need to stay ahead, he can do really well in this event.
Krennikov, Rozema, Hatfield, and Sterner all got done at about the same time, as Mertens is now 2 reps away from closing out round 1.
Colton's got that, you know, obviously we're talking about height differences, but you've got different levers. So Roman here's taking big, long pulls. You're like, what, 3 pulls maybe?
Yeah, the 3 pulls, and big, tall, long arms.
Colton's got those little extra pull there.
5th and final rope climb here in the round for Mertens, and he's done.
As we go.
He is really moving. And I mean, if you've ever watched Colton compete, you know he really likes to attack the workout. He knows he can do well at. He doesn't like to look back. He wants to lead from wire to wire, and he's doing it right now. And let's see if anyone's willing to chase him down here in the 21 or maybe the 15.
Hatfield sneaking in there, Guy sneaking in there, Roman's back. So
Roman, Hatfield, and Mayeros to the 55-pound doubles at the same time. Rozema, Hopper, and now Nick Matthew moving, as well as George Sterner on the far right side of the floor. But Mertens continues to lead here at the 53 rep mark. He's going to head back to the rope.
All these guys, I mean, really close to each other. Mertens goes unbroken
again for Colton Mertens.
Man, I mean, like I said, when he knows he can do well, he's going to go out there and attack, and he doesn't want anyone to try to push him.
Krennikov's taking a break here on the set of 21.
Colton does a lot of training in his garage, in his barn by himself, and he's known for being able to push himself by himself, and being alone on the floor right now. I think he's probably more at home than he is when he's actually racing people. He likes to race himself and push himself, and here he goes.
Top 2 men in the overall standings, top 2 men in the heat. Austin Hatfield has separated himself a little bit from Roman Krennikov for 2nd place.
Yeah, these guys could do a lot to turn this into a 2-man race here. Obviously within this event, but overall in the whole event in its entirety here. So if Austin Smart stays with Colton, you know, we're getting down to where there's not a ton of reps left. But Austin's cycle rate is a little faster, I think, on the legless, but Colton is just so quick.
And Mertens is done. He'll move back now for 15 thrusters, looking to hit that 72 rep mark as Colton Mertens. He's gone unbroken on both sets of thrusters so far.
He really is pulling away already. I know those guys still want to catch him, and Austin's not going to let him.
Austin's not far off. His legless are faster, but Colton's so fast on those dumbbell thrusters.
Roman has yet to break.
Roman's coming too. He's not going to be denied.
Well, Roman right now has got to try to reel in Austin Hatfield here for 2nd, as Mertens is done. And he'll head back for 3 final rope climbs in this round before he closes out with 9 thrusters and then 2.
All right,
Austin
Austin going unbroken on this set too. So
Hatfield's done. Mertens is already starting his first of 3 ascents. Hatfield working back to the rig.
In my opinion, the race didn't really start until they got to those 15 thrusters. So the race is on right now. If Mertens went out too hot and he can't hang on the rope climbs, you could see a struggle here. And Hatfield really closing the gap already on the rope climbs.
No chalk. I just noticed that.
So
Colton.
2 down for Mertens, and now this will.
Oh, here we go.
Hatfield trying to tie him up.
But now Mertens
there it is.
Leaping right back up.
There we go.
Roman's right there with him. He's got that big wingspan. He's got a huge pull, and he's moving quick. Let's see if Colton can hold him off.
Krennikov gets up there, and it looks like 3 pulls. And now Hatfield's done. He'll join Mertens on the dumbbells. Mertens has already started to set a 9. 6:10.71 seconds. That's the time to beat. Probably going to go down here as Colton Mertens is looking to pick up his first event win of the competition and keep himself in a qualifying spot. He is done.
For Austin.
2 reps remain.
Colton running to the.
It's going to come down to that turnaround between the first and second
down to Austin. He's running back. Colton's slowing a little bit on the legless. Austin, no chalk again.
Mertens made the touch on
checking for some pine tar.
This is where he's
done with his first.
They've got to be smart.
Hatfield is right back
got it.
Hatfield to take the lead.
He gets
He
him back.
makes the touch. And Austin Hatfield is going to outrace Colton Mertens. And Hatfield picks up his 2nd event win of the Mayhem Classic.
Heck yeah, that was
Incredible
awesome.
finish. Colton right there behind him. Good finish for him too. Man, you know,
6 seconds separate the 2 of them.
coming
Here
in.
comes Roman
There's
Krennikov.
Roman.
keeping himself in contention for a
Here
qualifying
we go
spot.
with Gee.
You
Going
know
to
it
thruster.
stings to lose right there at the end.
Man, that was awesome, man.
Incredible.
Austin not getting chalked. That was it
No,
right there.
that was, and just
Second
having that
time we've seen
turnaround.
that. We saw with Cole Brander with the
Yep.
women. That
Yep.
paid
Yeah,
off.
exactly.
Pays off for Austin Hatfield.
He
Second
really
win in
went for
3
it on that
events.
second climb.
That was impressive.
And we got Jason Hopper
Hopper's
finishing
in.
up.
Here comes Nick Matthew.
Got several guys still working. Guy looks like he got his last 2 rope climbs.
Luke Parker's on his final set of
George
9.
Sterner
George
is finishing
Sterner.
up.
He's had a solid competition so far. Came in 9th place overall.
Gee finishing up right here. Rosema down there.
This is Jack's last rep. It's looking, there it is, made the touch. Starting to get slow there at the end. We got Jorge
Jack
and Luke.
Rosema finishing up.
Man, 2 good finishes again. That was
Yep.
awesome.
And Mayeros is in, but we just don't have a final time for him.
So we've got Hatfield, Mertens, Krennikov under Panchik's time. Other than that,
Hopper's
then
gonna
you
take 4th place.
Yep.
Oh no, he'll take 5th because how close.
Yep,
Right.
Sprague was right there.
And then there's Luke finishing up. Me and Luke have some history with the thruster rope climb workout. He pretty much was in my way at most of the point. He'd agree with that. I just needed him to stop and get out of the work zone so I could get to the work zone, and he was a little bit wad drunk.
When was that? What event was that?
This is at the 22 semifinals. He would do his thrusters and
yeah.
stand in the box. I'm like, Luke, get out of the box. Let me do some work. Jorge finishes up, and I think
Good
that
heat
is
right
it.
there.
Very good heat.
A great race as Jorge Fernandez closes things out for the men in event 3. But Austin Hatfield led late.
Led late. He hung back and he knew where he was at. He was right behind the guys that he was chasing, and he saw Colton and he knew he could match that there at the end, and he led late.
And it came down to that final rope climb. I mean, Colton Mertens was
Super
shot
impressive.
out of a cannon, went unbroken on every single
so fast
set of
on his
thrusters.
Yeah, we just saw him really not slow a ton. Like, he was still flying. But those legless is really where he started to kind of get caught by...
That's actual speed.
I was
too,
about
by
to
the
say,
way.
yeah, are we watching a replay or is that, sped up? And so, man, seeing Hatfield really just attack that rope and kind of see, you
And
saw
this was
Colton.
the end.
Yeah, that was
this
it
is
right
the
there.
last rep. Hatfield gets right back up, and again, did not take time to chalk his hands.
You could see him looking around, and you can just feel it, right? If you do this enough, you can feel somebody start to slow or feel that fatigue set in. Man, that was impressive. It was cool to see Austin. Man, he's matured as an athlete, as a competitor in the year. Man, it's gonna be fun to watch him.
5:42.82 seconds. Second event win in 3 events for Austin Hatfield, and Austin is with Rory McKernan.
Well, Austin, yesterday on the snatches, you looked to be one of the only athletes who wasn't looking at the clock, kind of going by feel. Here again, you go up no chalk on these last ones and took a big swing. Is that what's happening? Do you have a plan going in, or are you just watching the field and playing it as you see it?
I knew I kind of had to full send it there at the end, so no time to chalk up. Don't need chalk anyways.
You guys came in tied for first place. You had the tie break. Did that factor into your thinking at all? What were your goals for today?
Just win the workout is always the goal. We do a lot of rope climbs here at Mayhem, so that was a pretty comfortable workout.
You were set up for this one. All right, so you're sitting pretty, going in with 2 more events. Are you having fun? What's your vibe?
Job's not finished.
Job's not finished. Ladies and gentlemen, we get to watch Austin Hatfield 2 more times.
Austin Hatfield zeroing in on a second straight trip to the CrossFit Games with his second event win of the competition. 3 events down, 2 remain. We'll take a break, be back in about 30 minutes for event 4 here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic.
Rich, I mean, we've talked about what it takes volunteer-wise to get here, but we've also got some pretty cool toys. I mean, obviously,
Getting
Rogue
some
Fitness.
moved in right now. Rogue,
Yeah, exactly.
Rogue
They're
GHDs,
setting
Abram
up for the next
GHD,
one.
Yeah.
This is a long-standing relationship for you, and Rogue has just been fantastic throughout.
Yeah, Bill and Katie are family. You know, Mayhem's about family, Rogue's about family. Man, it literally last night we joked about it on the broadcast, but I got to relive my childhood and get yelled at by my father. And so, you know, everybody's kind of like timid walking around, you know, like eggshells around him. I'm like, no, I'll go in there. And so, you know, last night putting it up, it was fun to, you know, probably could have went home, but you know, you get to use power tools and put things up. And so, man, I can't say enough about Rogue, their equipment, and just how awesome of a company they are and how much they fit into who we are.
Yeah, and folks at home right now are getting a little look at that rig build last night, and I think that's really a cool part of competition that we've seen at the CrossFit Games over the years is, wow, floor looks one way from day one, floor looks a different way, and that's like, Rogue is as much a logistical team as they are anything else when they do stuff like that.
Heck, we moved one rig out here. We have a rig hiding back here that we had to move out. All of that will be rebuilt by the morning for 5 a.m. class. Everything in here is Rogue, so, you know, this thing's got to come back down, so I guess I'll get yelled at again after this is over. So, but yeah, man, we couldn't do this. This event was not possible without Rogue Fitness.
Not to mention the gym itself.
The gym itself.
The athlete facility
everything
over there.
in here.
The barn.
There's a lot of
basement.
Rogue money in this place. So, you know, we literally it's just Disneyland. So it's just awesome and can't say enough about who they are in the community and, you know, built from this community.
Yep, and always working, setting the standard in terms of you know, work ethic and leading from the front. So super duper grateful to Rogue. And we love them so much. This stuff's good to happen. For all of your fitness needs, you guys can go to roguefitness.com, and I guarantee you it's the best in the business.
Second and final day of competition continues here in Cookeville, Tennessee at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Only 2 events remain before we send 2 men and 2 women on to Albany, New York for the 2025 CrossFit Games. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody, on this beautiful Sunday. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Women taking the floor for event number 4, an event inspired by Midline March that, Rich, you went through back in 2014.
Yeah, a little bit different. We have the dumbbell, which changes this thing up a little bit, so you got to be smart. Everybody, we all know you have one shoulder that's better than the other. Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see if people actually bias towards one shoulder or not. We tried to prevent that by adding the handstand walk in there and keeping that in there. So how well do you GHD? If you are a Mayhem athlete, you should GHD pretty well because we do them a lot.
You might be salivating at this one. And mine is going to be long and strong. This one really comes down to the warm-up. If you can warm those shoulders up, get a good overhead position, you're going to be able to have a nice bone-on-bone stack like a nice gymnast would like to see, and that's really going to pay off for the lunge and the handstand walk.
So do the opposite of you.
Do the opposite of me if you've ever seen me do anything overhead.
Alexis Raptis will be in lane 6 right now, 11th place overall with 175 points. So she really has her work cut out for her here in these final 2 events.
Yeah,
she wants to get.
We've reshuffled the heats, so the final 2 will have the same heats throughout. So
she's one of those that I'm looking at. She's got that really good stack that I was talking about, really good gymnast stack, and she should have a good time with the overhead movements here.
We start with those 50 GHD sit-ups. There are 58 scored repetitions per round.
What are you thinking about, 90 seconds for these?
Yeah, probably somewhere around 90 seconds, maybe a little longer, maybe a minute 40. Yeah, if they're at a good movement, at a good pace. The midline for sure will start to get taxed, and some you may not even feel it or notice it, but on the lunge, the handstand walk is going to come into play very heavily, especially on rounds 2 and 3.
GHD set up here. It's going to be interesting. You know, you're going to see a couple different options. We tried to take out a bunch of the, like, do the athletes have to sit on the top? Can they be in front, hips, whatever? As long as you're not doing the ab mat sit up, that we had a little interesting conversation with Sprague when he was asking what egregious, whatever, standard something, and luckily Jules from the AFJ was like, that's egregious. And so we're trying to not limit the athletes too much with where you can put your butt on the pad, but we just don't want that ab mat sit up feel from those longer athletes. So
Alexis Rapp is your leader right now. She's in her final 10 reps in this opening set of 50.
I will say in that setup, if you can be a little bit farther back on there, not quite, you got 2 almost contrasting things. Nina's a little bit more forward, or no, that's not Nina, sorry, that's Alexis right there. But she's a little bit more forward. She's getting a little bit more quad, so we'll see if that, what that does to the lunge, if it plays into there. 135, so
yep.
we're split
right there.
Raptis is first off.
Those 2 girls right in the middle there, you notice they have very good overhead, and they just make it look super effortless getting that dumbbell up.
Man, Nina in 12th there, she was a late, not a late ad, but one of those ads that we were, she was late ad.
Yeah.
And so to see her showing up and, getting some good competition experience, Rory was excited to see if she could steal some points. And she's done that so far. If you, to look at that, where she is at this point in the competition.
Yeah, and this is a great event for her to kind of make some moves on. She knows this. I've seen her do events like this at competitions, and she knows this is something she can go in and attack, and she's already doing that right now.
I wanted to see that there. So Alexis went just switched above her head. Nina put the dumbbell down, did another dumbbell snatch to get it up to switch those shoulders. So we'll see if that plays into, we've seen some really close finishes with just some little things. And so we'll see if that plays off or what happens.
Every 25-foot section they complete, they'll get credit for a rep on the scoreboard. So at 54, they'll be done with the walking lunge, and then they'll head to the handstand walk. Now, the handstand walk needs to be performed in unbroken sections. You can't come down in between. And now Vergovich got hit with a no rep because her hands were not behind the line when she started. So Raptis is now in the lead through her first 25-foot section. She'll make the turn at the end of the floor.
Yeah, Nina's good on her hands here, really closing the gap there. They're both straight up and down.
Yeah,
you see that?
Really good.
You know, the true gymnast is going to be like, oh, they got bent knees. That doesn't count. You know,
You look at their midline, though. Their midline is super straight.
Up and down. Yeah, they're nice and long on their shoulder and good there. Whoop, whoop. Alexis went out of the lane there. She's got to go all the way back. You got to keep those hands inside that red lane.
Raptis now running into problems. She's got to retreat all the way back at the beginning of that 25-foot section because she came down before both hands were over the yellow line.
She actually went out of the lane.
She did, okay, sorry.
Is what happened, and then she had to basically go back and do a 24-foot extras. And who knows, maybe that beam played into factor there. I tested, we were worried about lane 9 and lane 1 with the beam. It's not that big of an issue,
no.
But you start to like see things, and who knows? You're pushing that limit here. So
well, Vrgovic is your leader right now in the heat. She's on her second of 3 sets of 50 GHD sit-ups. Once she gets to 108 reps is when she'll head back to the dumbbell, that 70-pound dumbbell for the overhead walking lunge. Rapt is still in second place.
They've got a pretty good lead here in this first round.
I was curious to see some of the different strategies we'd see if some people are going to take advantage of those 25-foot sections and take a quick breather. We've seen people do that, and these girls didn't seem like they needed it on the first round. Maybe they'll change that strategy as they get tired. But everyone's still looking smooth on the handstand walk, and really nothing crazy happening yet. They're just all moving through this, and I imagine things will start to get a little difficult through round 2 and especially on round 3.
Lindsay Lane and Hannah Black will be the next 2 women to get on to the GHDs for the second time, as Lane is now done in lane number 3, and then in the green shorts still inverted in the middle of your screen, that's Hannah Black.
Got Paige working down here at the bottom too. She's doing well.
She's still a great handstand walker too. Very long strides. That's kind of where she can use her length to her advantage. One on the lunge, and then also longer arms. She can take a bigger stride with her arms here.
Vic getting back on that GHD.
Vrgovic has 7 reps now, 6 reps remaining here in this second set of 50.
Yeah, she's moving.
Vic's got the hair flowing back and forth, hitting her in the head.
I actually noticed when she was handstand walking, she was almost
stepping on
her hair.
Nina, right in the lead, right back on that dumbbell. She's really looking to make moves here, since this is an event that she's really comfortable with.
Yeah, Nina's impressive here. You know, if she can just kind of keep doing what she's doing, be smart, not go outside of what she's capable of, she could do, you know, really mess with that next heat. It's going to be interesting to see now that we've reshuffled here, that if she had a little stutter step there, but she kept it and maintained control and didn't shuffle those feet. So good on her, but maybe that's starting to play into it there. But she did the switch on the ground here. Alexis switched above the head. So
yeah, let's see
if they keep that idea.
If Alexis does that overhead switch again, if she's got it in her, she can really make up a lot of time.
I don't really know if it's that much faster though. And it's a weird, you just can't get it into that position. There's something about that snatch, gets that shoulder right into that position. If you can get it into that good shoulder, man, look how that arm's up against that ear.
Man, I wish I knew what that felt like.
Yeah, you've never been there. One of your arms does okay, right? Oh, Alexis goes with the ground switch.
Yep.
Vrgovic is now more than
she's
3/4 of the way through.
Too, so
she's got one 25-foot section left before she starts round 3. And here comes Alexis Raptis. Again, 1 scored rep for every 25-foot section. So at the 112 rep mark is when they make the transition to the handstand walk.
Both these girls right in the middle. They kind of have the race they know they need right next to them. So they're probably keeping an eye on each other.
Now, Lindsay Lane on the left side of your screen currently sits in 3rd place in this heat. Comes in 16th place overall.
Alexis didn't break there at the halfway mark, so let's see what happens here. All this is going to add up. Obviously, it's just kind of movements compounding on each other.
Vrgovic is off on her 2nd of 3 handstand walks.
There you go.
You can break every 25-foot section.
Breaks.
I didn't want to do that, but you guys said we should do that. So.
I like the breaks.
Speeds it up.
Yeah, it makes them want to push and kicks them right up on their hands or get that dumbbell up immediately, knowing they can break real quick and get right back up. As long as it's not the diving run in, which
Well,
used to be cool.
Well, if you start behind the line, I'm good with that. That's fine.
But the dive across the line, I'm glad we're not doing that anymore.
Raptis is set to make the turn as Vrgovic is halfway down the floor here on the return trip.
Now they're both breaking at the 25 feet, but Nina's taking a little bit longer of a rest there, letting those shoulders kind of come back to her. So we'll see how that adds up here. What did she have? About a 5 or 6 GHD lead when they got off of the GHD, so we'll see what happens
here. See what she maintains here. Looks like Alexis has closed the gap a little bit. And you got to wonder how the dumbbell thrusters, not that long ago, start to play a factor for the shoulders in this event.
She's about 6 or 7 ahead. I like the GHD in a workout like this to kind of know where I'm at, gapping somebody or falling behind. I can, count and know how many reps I am behind or ahead.
And you know GHD is going to be roughly 2 seconds, second and a half, 2 seconds a rep. You kind of have an idea. Yeah, how much time you have on that person.
And I know how much you're hurting,
I
can see your cycle speed. I know exactly how bad you're hurting by how slow you get on a GHD. So
I got slow. Our workout yesterday, I started to get slow.
That was, what did we do, 100 yesterday with some pegboards, and I did 120 toes to bar that morning too.
Oh,
so.
Nice.
Why would you do that?
I'm not very smart.
He's an addict, if you haven't noticed.
I got a problem. I have scabs.
There's Shelby Neal and Kiara Miller on their overhead walking lunges as Vrgovic and Raptis continue to lead. They're looking for the 166 rep mark to close out this set of 50.
Alexis is slowly closing that gap a little bit. Looks like she's
Vrgovic had about a 7 rep lead before Raptis started.
Both have definitely slowed down the cycle rate as to be expected on this last set.
Raptis is now tighter.
Yeah, Nina takes a pause there.
The midline's for sure feeling it on this third round.
Let's see if they can march through it.
See if they can march their midline.
I see what you did there.
You got that? Angelo's not the only clever one. I've got kids though. Dad jokes.
I will say I went down to the athlete area to get some insight before this event. I was standing around with the coaches, and Kiara Miller was doing some of the GHDs we were talking about earlier, and she's looking at her coach. She goes, "Well, do you think this will work? Do you think I can do this?" And I unfortunately am in her line of sight. She goes, "Hey, you know." And I go, "Oh, hey, go get it judged. Don't look at me."
The Raptis has a couple reps left. Vrgovic managed to retake the lead. She's done. And back to the 70-pound dumbbell for another 100-foot walking lunge.
And they are right next to each other.
And now we're dead even.
This is kind of it's an interesting battle. They both have very good overhead. They're moving super well. Alexis is obviously a very seasoned competitor. Nina is relatively new, I believe, semifinals in 22 or 23 was her first year. So she's out here trying to get some competition experience and see what kind of the newer athlete versus the, I say older, Alexis isn't necessarily old, she's just, she's just been around for a while.
Switch there at the 25-foot mark. That was the one that she kind of did here at the opposite end of the floor on that first round, but decided to drop it. So we'll see what she does here. If she decides to keep that pressure on her.
We'll see if she does that pop again to,
there we go.
Here we go, to put the pressure. Oh, no.
Now, just thinking about it, I would have liked to seen her put the dumbbell down, then turn, then drop, because the dumbbell is in the same orientation.
The dumbbell, it's
a minor
I don't know what that was.
Vrgovic just slightly ahead of Raptis on the return trip.
This is going to be
have a race again.
It's going to be exciting. These girls are great handstand walkers, and this is where those 50-foot sections come into play. If you
Alexis went with the switch.
Raptis is continuing to work, and now has the lead heading into the final handstand walk. She's got to complete this final 25-foot section as Vrgovic is taking her time.
They've kind of separated themselves from the entire heat here. It's just like a 2-horse race.
Compost Lane and Black are fighting for third place right now in the heat, but they're well behind the 2 leaders as Raptis is finished and gets right to the handstand walk.
Right on it.
See what happens what Nina does here. Dancing around a
little bit. And Raptis is going to continue to go here. And she's outside the lane, and she's got to retreat. But Vrgovic has yet to get on her hands yet, so that may have been a calculated risk for Raptis. So Raptis right back to work, still has a lead. Vrgovic now on the trip down the floor.
Senses the blood in the water.
She wants to push here.
And Vrgovic is going to kick down.
Smart. She can get right
so
back
it doesn't
up.
look like it's going to cost Raptis yet.
There we go, Nina, quick rest.
So that was the second time that we've seen Raptis go outside her lane.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
yeah,
now she will kick down again. Vrgovic
and not really
yet to start.
And not like 5 feet into it either, almost like 20 feet into it when she comes out of the lane.
So it was a slow veer, but here she's going to finish up, and she's still going to win this heat.
Raptis is over the line. Now she's got to get to the buzzer. So sprinting back down the field. And Alexis Raptis is going to take heat 1.
Nice.
13:40.31 seconds, and Vrgovic is on her final 25-foot section.
Yeah, Nina's got plenty of time, but you also, I mean, she's here to she's playing with house money, so she wants to take some points, and so she's pushing into that next heat. So.
And now Vrgovic is across. Inside 14 minutes as well. That leaves Lane, Black, Neal, and Miller now battling for third.
Yeah, it looks like Vic and Hannah Black are both at the same. We're going rep for rep on this last lunge, and Hannah Black does a little bit of a shuffle
She's
step.
got to retreat back.
I feel like we've had like 2 people kind of run away in each heat of every event, and then 3 or 4 kind of pool up there again too. So
yeah, good races every single time.
Victoria Campos is almost done with her final overhead walking lunge. She's on the far side of the floor in those black pants. She takes a break. There's Paige Powers. She's on her third and final round of GHDs.
Man, what a beating she's just taken after 2 months off.
I can't imagine.
You got to wonder what a GHD sit-up feels like for her. I can't even imagine. No, I don't want to know.
Campos and
we got
Black
a race going on here.
Girls, yeah, both on their hand.
First 25-foot section on the handstand walk. Black's going to kick down. And Campos will take a break as well. Shelby Neal working her way back down the floor on the right side of your screen on the overhead walking lunge. This is her final time on the dumbbell.
And we talked about Vic's tripping hazard. Hopefully she shouldn't step on her hair, trip over it.
Black is in, makes the turn. Campos is in, took a quick look over at Black. And now Hannah Black about 3-4 feet ahead of Victoria Campos. And opening up a little bit here at the halfway point of this final 50-foot section. Campos is going to kick down as well.
Last
Black
section.
is right back up.
Black's right up, keeping the pressure on. Got a pretty good amount of time to the time cap. Looks like we'll get most through.
Black is through. She'll have to sprint down the field.
Yeah, and on paper,
she makes a touch.
Here, and Vic's going to finish up as well. And on paper, this is also a long event that we had a long event yesterday, and this is another somewhat longer event. Very different feel,
Very
though.
different stimulus. You know, yeah, it is a longer event, but it's more of a muscle endurance event versus a true high heart rate event.
Yeah,
yesterday.
midline, high skill. Yesterday was more of just kind of a burn it down.
Forever.
And here we go. We got a race.
Oh, going big chunk here.
Shelby Neal not kicking down. She's on the right side. She is past Lindsay Lane. Hammered and is going to make it.
Nice.
So Lindsay Lane was in the lead until Shelby Neal decides to go unbroken for the battle for 5th place. Neal's going to win that 16:46.20 seconds for her. Lindsay Lane is done. And she's across the finish.
You know, Paige is just praying for that time cap right now.
Oh, man. I mean, I wonder when the last time is that she did 150 GHG sit-ups. So this...
I'd say it's about 11 months ago.
I'd say that's about right. So she's probably not going to be feeling too good tomorrow. Everyone knows what it's like if you take even a few weeks off of GHG sit-ups. And then, I mean, it's terrible. So taking even longer time off would make it rough. Kara Miller, last 25 feet coming up. And I know I mentioned it earlier, but you know the dumbbell thrusters they had this morning, and even the snatches last night is all just compounding on the shoulders, and a lot of fatigue there.
Final few steps for Miller. She's in. And Kara Miller will get across the finish line with plenty of time to spare. 20-minute time cap here.
Now Paige gets to soak it up for 2 minutes, you know.
Yeah.
Says a lot, though. She's not like, all right, I'm just going to shut it down. Like,
Yeah,
she's still working.
She's working hard. She's getting after it.
Have we had anybody withdraw yet?
We have not.
I feel like every time you look at a leaderboard, you know, there's like 4 or 5 withdrawals. So that says a lot, man. That's
good.
Yeah, that's Paige, though. Paige is she's just a competitor and just good human being to have in here, and such a, you know, staple of our community, and so awesome.
Went to the
And
CrossFit Games
inspiring,
as
you
a
know?
teenager for
Yeah.
a couple times. Finished on the podium both times. Her first appearance was in 2018 in the 14 to 15-year-old division.
Yeah.
She took third, and then the following year she bumped up a division and took third again.
Yeah, she's from where my family's from in Michigan, and so she actually trained out of my cousin JJ's barn. My other cousin, as he's known, you know, Darren was always Rich's cousin. JJ was my other cousin, and so she trained with them for a long time. And when Darren moved back up there, and then one day he was like, "Hey, I can't help her anymore. Can she just come down there with you guys?" So Paige has been here ever since, and man, and now her family lives down here. Her parents moved down here. Laura and Kevin, they're awesome. Just a huge part of us here at Mayhem, and yeah, it's just awesome.
40 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Like, that just says it. She's got 40 seconds, and there's 0 point in her doing this, but she's just still doing it.
Yeah, that's great.
Now you're here, you might as well work out, right?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, I didn't come here to sit around.
Nope. Get that rep. Gotta
That's
go,
an
Paige.
impressive
Yeah,
effort
she's
all
crushing
weekend
it.
long for
Paige.
Paige Powers.
All the way to the end. It's great.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Trying to get inside
girl,
the time cap,
Paige.
at least get credit for one more
Nice.
rep. And that's going to do it for Alexis Raptis. Is going to win the heat and set the top time at 13:40 going in to the second and final heat.
Yeah, and these girls, I mean, their handstand walk, both were great. And Alexis got those few no reps. Luckily, it didn't cost her in the end. And then, like I said, I mean, being long is strong. So that helped these two girls start good and finish pretty strong. They both have that great overhead. And you see Alexis did the switch there. And she was smooth the entire time on all of it. Stepped out of her lane, you know, a second time. But like I said, she kept it together and finished up strong.
And give her credit. You mentioned that no rep right there. There was one earlier, too.
Yep.
Those could have derailed her, gotten into her head, but did not. She wins the heat.
They weren't 5-foot no reps. They
No.
were 20-foot
Yep.
no reps.
It was just a slow veer the entire time.
Rogowicz and Raptis both go sub 14. Hannah Black is going to take third as she won that race with Victoria Campos, and then Shelby Neal, who went unbroken on her final 50-foot section of the handstand walk, takes fifth. And Alexis Raptis is with Bella Martin.
Alexis, what did you have to do to navigate from the first event of the day to pull off this kind of performance here just now?
Just try and be a goldfish and forget about it, honestly. Yeah.
I love Ted Lasso too, so I respect the quote. We've got one final event left of the weekend. We were talking, you might not be in that qualification kind of contention right now, but Rich says there's $3K on the line for the final event. Do you have it in you? Do you have the extra juice to go for that $3,000 at the end of a weekend?
Yeah, of course. I'm going to leave it all out there and see what I'm capable of doing. And yeah, like I wanted to qualify, obviously, but that's not what defines me. And I'm learning so much this weekend, and it's truly about the games. And so this is just a learning experience, and I'm going to grow from it. It sucks, but I mean, I think the best in the world go through things like this, and it's important to, because it makes those really great moments so much sweeter. So yeah, I'm gonna lay it all out there in the final event and hopefully put on a little show and smile while I'm doing it.
We love to hear it, and you already mentioned it. You learned this weekend. You're a seasoned competitor here in CrossFit. What did you learn from the Mayhem Classic?
There's some stuff to get better at. Never become complacent. Not that I was complacent, but I think pressure it is a privilege, but it can also be really heavy as well when you go into something with so much confidence and you expect so much from yourself. I think I let it get to me a little bit. But it's just like a really good reminder to, like always have respect for your competitors. Don't fear them, but also never count anyone out because everyone's always getting better, and everyone here is so amazing. You have to be amazing to even just be here. So I think just continuing to work on small things, but go back to the drawing board and like just work on my head a little bit more. Yeah.
Well, we're not counting you out, that's for sure. Alexis, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heat win for Alexis Raptis as she looks to move herself inside the top 10 in the overall standings. And it's Fee Sagafi, courtesy of her event win in event 3, who now sits atop the overall standings with 245 points. Abby Domit currently sits in second, but it is very, very tight behind her as just 35 points separate her from 8th place Andrea Nisler. Event 3 is a spin on the midline march from 2014. Keys to this event, gentlemen.
My key is going to be long and strong. It comes down to the warm-up you did before this, and hopefully the some of the general physical skills, flexibility and mobility is in there. So see if they can show that off.
Yeah, I think that third round of GHDs is where I think a lot of people, the 100 mark, we don't count it as a GHD unless you do 100.
Yeah.
It doesn't count towards the total for the week, but we're going to see how many GHDs you've been doing. I think people expected that from us, so we wanted to give them one of those things to expect.
There's your overall leader, Fee Sagafi, who other than an 11th place in event 2, has 2 finishes of 2nd or better.
Yeah, Fee's had a great weekend, and she's been excited the entire time, had a ton of fun, and I got to talk to her in the back, and yeah, she just is like, she has great energy. She's super excited to be here.
50 GHDs to kick us off.
We saw that first set in that last heat take about 95 seconds. I said
95.
90. You said
100.
100, and I believe if we go by prices right, I win.
Yeah, close without going over.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you suck. And so we'll see if somebody gets around 90
but wouldn't
or
it be
130.
the opposite? Wouldn't it kind of be the opposite?
Nope, it's not. You went over.
It's close
you broke.
without going over.
You broke, man. Do you not?
Yeah, but
Are you old enough to remember?
No, I know.
Like the old person, I always used to hate that person would bid $1.
I know. Oh yeah. You're like, come on.
Or would bid like $1 over the.
Over.
It's
Yeah.
Like, oh, what a jerk
what
move.
a dick. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting heat here. We'll kind of know what we're going to do. Haley looks very angry on those GHDs.
Yeah, Haley and Andrea right next to each other. How about that? Like a little ode a couple years ago.
Yeah. They've trained together a lot. Those
Try to
two
kill
would
each other a
do
lot.
extra stuff. Which,
Yep.
if you do extra stuff here, you're a psycho.
Maybe got to screw loose, but I mean that's how the best usually do.
Haley's hand in the air. She's angry. I just talked to her last heat. She got a no rep, got an appeal, but felt like it was more. She wanted. Look at that.
Anganese and Adams off at the same time.
I wouldn't want to be a camera guy stepping in her lane right now.
Rolf is off. Nisler and Sagafi are done as well. At the left side of your screen, Haley Adams and Manon Anganese. Anganese in the white top. Andrea Nisler is right behind them in those long purple pants. In the middle of your screen, in the all black, is overall leader Fee Sagafi.
We got a lot of our leaders overall kind of a little bit farther back to start here, and maybe that's part of the plan, but maybe these people on the outer sides are really going to take.
Fee took a break there mid-lunge. We did not see that in the first heat.
It's early, but Caroline Stanley, who is in 2nd place overall right now, is in last place in this heat.
Lot of time left, and guess what? 100 GHDs.
Yeah.
Not to mention all the other work you got to do to get there. So we'll see what happens here. I don't think we saw any overhand switch. No surprise to me. Haley is out front here. I do feel like she can hold that. She's probably one of the better people I've ever seen on her hands. We did a GHD bar muscle up workout like a couple weeks ago, and it was not fun trying to stay ahead of her.
Adams is just about done with that overhead walking lunge and now to the handstand walk.
Yeah, handstand workout with this much handstand walk, especially 150 GHDs, Haley's going to look at it and be really excited to hit.
1 rep for every 25-foot section. You can come down between sections. Adams is not going to do that. She's going to try to knock out this first 50 feet unbroken.
That's what I like to see, though. I like to see her get angry. And I've been on the receiving end of her being angry, and I don't like that.
The people in the lanes next to her aren't enjoying it.
Cameraman trying to get out of the way. Judge
She's
trying to
moving
get out of the way.
She is. She's moving, not looking back.
This is what I wanted.
attacking.
This is the Haley I've not seen yet this season.
She's way out in front. Manon Anganez just finished up her first 50-foot section, and Adams is back to start round 2. 50 more GHD sit-ups, 108 reps is when she'll be done with this section. And then she'll move on.
Emily Rolfe moving well, just now getting past the halfway on the handstand.
Rolfe is moving to second place in the heat, barely ahead of Manon Anganez.
But Haley Adams smashing it,
has really pulled away.
That's the Haley we want to see.
And if you notice, a lot of these girls are still like in a pretty close race. Emily Rolfe looking beside her. She got Manon Anganez right next to her. Abigail Doman on the GHD with her as well.
And Caroline Stanley, left side of your screen. She's in the all red there, just kicked down. She right now sits in third place overall.
Your leaders right here. Fee is just now getting back on her hands. So you've got the bottom 3 in here are
in the middle, in the middle lanes.
Abby Doman right now, who sits in second place overall. She's in 4th in the heat, so she's up doing
there,
okay, but she's only 5 points up on Stanley and only 15 points up on Claudia Gluck.
Is it too early in this event to say that everyone's going for second place, or
it's
too early?
Angelo, we've got to tell a story and make it sound
play the
like
game.
it's close.
Well,
it's going to be really close.
Yeah.
Haley could fall flat on this last set of GHDs.
We saw in that rope climb event where we saw someone run out and then that last rep, but
we know Haley
it's looking good for Haley right now.
Not going to happen.
This is exactly the position she wanted to be in.
Yeah, all the athletes are in round 2 here, and Haley Adams is now done picking up her dumbbell for the second time. Emily Rolfe in the middle of your screen. She's battling Manon Anganez for second place in the heat as Haley Adams takes off down the floor.
Yeah, this might be one of the first events we've seen somebody just take off and go out to an early lead. You know, all weekend we've kind of seen 1 or 2 people bunch up. I like to see this. Once again, I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna hide my bias to our athletes. It is awesome to see Haley, you know, with what she's went through the last couple of years, and then just to see her growth, and this is what we want to see from Haley. You know, nasty. I love it.
I don't know her as well as you do, but when I talk to her, I can definitely tell there's
she's
a
just
difference.
happy. Yeah, she's good to be around. She's fun, enjoying where she's at. She's not happy being in that spot, which hell, like, you know, as a competitor, that's not where you want to be. So it's good to see her have this reaction, then, you know, maybe a reaction of like, oh well, you know, blame everything else or whatever.
Yeah, it makes me think of either you or even Josh Bridges. After you guys do your worst event, it's not unlike you guys to turn around and have your best event because of the being able to channel your anger towards the event and still be smart and make good decisions during the event, but really attack and use your aggression on the workout.
Adam's just about done with the overhead walking lunge as Emily Rolfe and Manon Anganez will make the turn.
She's a full 50 feet ahead.
And now Haley is going to get to the second of 3 handstand walks.
Yeah, she's definitely not looking behind her right now. See if she goes to these full 50-foot sections. I got a feeling she's going to.
Fee's moved up a little bit here. She does have Christine coming up behind her.
Yeah, a lot of these girls are racing, finishing up their lunge right at the same time.
Well, Haley Adams comes in 10th place overall as you take a look at Emily Rolfe making the return trip on her second of 3 overhead walking lunges. Adams onto her hands. Adams has 180 points.
Man,
so
Haley is over 30 seconds ahead in this event already.
Yeah, Haley's 55 points out of a qualifying spot, but she can take a big chunk out of that deficit here.
Yeah, it looks like she's doing it. This is kind of what we thought might happen. It's a very different event than what we had this morning, and even what we've had so far, it's something we haven't tested. We said is a muscle endurance, longer test. This is going to be a little bit different and kind of equal out the playing field a little bit and kind of give the people who maybe haven't had good events, give them a chance at a good event and try to even out the programming.
Leaderboard's going to be interesting. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown out that $3,000. You know?
No, it is going to be very interesting.
Emily Rolfe is halfway through her second of 3 handstand walks as Adams continues to chip away at that final set of 50. At the 166 rep mark is when she will be done. Time to beat is in the upper right-hand part of your screen, belongs to Alexis Raptis at 13:40.31 seconds. I don't know how much longer that's going to last.
I'll bet another $3,000 that Haley beats that.
Well, that's must be lonely out on that limb.
I know. Yeah, Haley once
she
again
is out by
attacking
herself.
So a lot of stories going on though. You know, we're watching these middle lanes for the overall here. Haley, you know, still within striking distance, can do a lot to help her cause. She needs this to kind of happen here in the middle floors, get beat by some of these other girls on the outside lanes. As you're watching this, the middle lanes, obviously if you watch this for a long time, the middle lanes are where the top people are. So when people on the outside start doing better,
they're pulling those points away.
It's bringing everything closer.
Final couple reps for Haley Adams. Meanwhile, Emily Rolfe has separated herself from Manal Nanganese for the battle for second place in the heat. But right now, it's all about Haley Adams.
30 GHDs ahead. 30.
Who is onto the dumbbell.
It really looks like Emily Rolfe has kind of solidly pulled herself into second, but that race for third right now has 3 girls, and then they are neck and neck, all to the GHD at the same time.
Fee is still on the floor.
Yeah, and she's your overall leader. Caroline Stanley also on the floor. They actually are pretty farther back in this heat, which is not where they want to be, especially being the overall leaders. And but it's all about Haley right now, and she's just marching away with it.
Well, Abby Domit was only
you like that?
Abby Domit was only 10 points back of Fee Sagafi for the top spot.
Haley was 50 points out of second, and the next workout will be really good for Haley as well. So she's crushing it, doing what she needs to do. There's going to be a big shakeup here.
Her fans are always loud at these live
events.
That's
her mom over there.
On.
Mom, dad,
and the Haley Adams shirts. If you couldn't easy
read.
To point out.
Haley's gone unbroken, I think, on all of these, except when she gets to the end of the first 50-foot mark, she'll put the dumbbell down, and she's going to continue to work here.
Jeez.
She is all by herself.
She's the only one lunging, and she's about to finish the lunge. That's, oh, first break there. She's fine, though.
That's the first time she put it down.
She thinks she's going to be all right.
Where she is, there's no reason to rush.
No.
All she's got to worry about, 13:40.31, locking up 100 points and getting an event win.
Nope, she stepped out of the lane, so
Emily Rolfe just started her overhead walking lunge. She's on the right side of your screen in second place.
Yeah, Emily Rolfe has really pulled herself away. These other girls don't seem to be putting any pressure on her. Hopefully she's going to look around and know where she's at, know what she needs to do. Haley in the same boat, just going to finish it up and make it look easy doing it.
Fee's in fifth here. Gluck is about, well, almost even. So there's a story going on there for the
Adams
overall.
onto her hands for the final time. We saw Emily Rolfe. She's in seventh. She's only 35 points out of a qualifying spot. She's ahead of Abby Domit, the woman she's chasing.
There we go. Moving day and the end of the competition.
Only one event remains after this.
Fee seemed to really make up a lot of ground on that set of GHD. Now she's in the race for third right now.
She has been breaking halfway on that lunge, even on the first lunge. So we'll see if she continues that or she's going to keep hammering it. There we go.
Haley Adams
he went with the
is
break.
just assaulting this event.
She hurt my workout.
And she is done. And Haley Adams is going to pick up an event win. 100 points for Haley as she goes sub 12, 11:48.58 seconds.
Her family's pretty excited.
Oh, Fee's making a push here. We got a couple no reps on some lunges. A little bit of falling apart on the midline.
Rolfe is in second place. She's now just finishing up her third and final overhead walking lunge. And then there's a whole host of women behind her. Fee Sagafi right now in third place.
Wow, she really is kind of ran her own race and just started to pick up and really chase these girls down on the lunge. Hopefully she can hold that. Emily Rolfe on the handstand walk, and she's solidly in second. Fee needs to look around and know where she's at. This is a great spot
between Domit, Sagafi, Gluck, and Anganese, but right now Fee is winning that battle as Emily Rolfe takes a break.
Yeah, Fee really, I'm really impressed by her pacing in this workout. We weren't really saying much about her, and she steadily climbed up more and more every round. And hopefully she can finish it up here on the handstand walk.
It's going to come down to the handstand walk for these girls. Abby puts the dumbbell down, probably has about 3 or 4 steps left. Fee's up on her hands.
For Emily Rolfe, she has time to finish second in this event and pick up 95 points because she's
13
ahead of the pace
was
of Alexis Raptis, right, who's at 13:40, which is now the second best time. So if Rolfe can get in, that's going to be huge for her, trying to move herself up the overall standings and closer to one of the top 2 spots. Fee Sagafi is almost done with her first trip down the floor.
Man,
she will make the turn as Rolfe is across. So Emily Rolfe is going to lock up second place in the event in 95 huge points for her.
Great finish, yeah, that was a great finish. She was really good the entire time. Smooth, kept that second place spot. Fee really is.
Put a charge into it, calculated, good job.
Fee Sagafi taking a break. She's got 25 feet left before she can head across the finish line.
She's got those Sherbert shoes on.
Sherbert
looks like rainbow. Looks like rainbow sherbet.
It does.
What is that, ombre, right? When it transitions from one color to the next?
I don't know.
You know, come on.
And Sagafi is across, 14:06.90. Looking to keep herself inside the top 2.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, to be in the middle lane and to have a 4th place finish on that event, that's going to be really helpful for her.
That's Christine Kohlenbrander, who's done with her lunge, as Abby Doman is now across doing a little damage control. 14:31.27 seconds for Doman. Claudia Gluck to the buzzer.
We got a race here in the middle.
The time cap.
2 ladies right in the middle, and Caroline Stanley also kicks down. Maybe she can try to catch her.
And Oda Anganese took a look at Caroline Stanley. That's the battle going on right now. Leaders on the floor, and Anganese is going to finish up her final handstand walk ahead of Stanley. And Anganese heads to the finish line, and she is done. And here comes Caroline Stanley sprinting across. 15:12.89 seconds is now times from the prior heat are starting to factor in here. Andrea Nisler is now done. Kristen Kohlenbrander and Paige Semenza are the only 2 women left on the floor. Semenza has yet to finish her 3rd overhead walking lunge, and Kohlenbrander is now just about done with her event. She's got to finish this final 25-foot section.
Yeah, she's looking to finish up here.
Both girls should finish under the time cap.
Yeah, nice generous time caps. Let everyone play the entire time. You know, let them finish up and get all the work done.
Too generous, you know?
No. I like to make sure they all can finish the work. Yeah, especially if in a long weekend. That extra work starts to add up, and make sure everyone can feel the love of getting all the volume in. We didn't want anyone to miss out on the 150 GHDs, and definitely not on the 600 feet of overhead work.
Kohlenbrander closes out her event, and now Paige Semenza is onto the handstand walk for the final time.
Yeah, you know, if you're not going to make it to the CrossFit Games from here, you needed a good training weekend.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
So.
You don't want to we don't want to slight you. We want to make sure you get some good training in. So you're welcome to the athletes. I'm sure they're very appreciative.
Paige going to finish up here.
Semenza coming off a career best finish at the CrossFit Games last year. She took 9th. Qualified for the first time as an individual back in 2018 out of the Atlantic Regional.
She's someone who's been around for a little while.
That's an interesting term you use there, regional.
Yeah.
Regional. What's that mean?
I guess they were.
Gather round, kids. Let me tell you about years gone by.
Man, I actually, you know, we've talked about it. I like these in-person qualifying events or the, what was it, sanctionals at one point. I just like, as an athlete, I like the opportunity to just go compete, you know. Back in my day, we had the Open, and regionals and the games, and that was it.
And Semens has done it. And I remember talking to Dan Bailey about this, and he said like the pressure of the regionals was actually worse than it was anywhere else.
Way worse.
Because that was it. That was your one hit. That was your one shot.
Especially for you guys here in the Central East.
Yeah,
You had
Central
10
Beast.
guys who could probably qualify.
Haley, no surprise
battles.
whatsoever.
Just absolutely
Smashed.
crushed.
11:48.58 seconds, nearly 2 minutes faster than Alexis Raptis, and that win could not have come at a better time for Haley Adams. And I think for the first time this weekend, the person who won was never
That was the
challenged.
first event we've seen that it was like, oh, well, we did that.
The entire time, no one even challenged her. She was.
Dang it, you
we
broke
said
our
she.
workout.
We said she was a little frustrated from this morning, and she
was
went
real
out there
time
and
as well.
yeah, and she definitely real time. She went out there and crushed it.
Event win for Haley Adams, and she will be moving up the overall standings heading into the 5th and final event. And Haley is with Bella Martin.
Haley, we needed this one. Let's talk about it. You looked angry getting onto that GHD in the first round. First event of the day didn't go the way we thought. Did you talk to Rich, or how did you get this game plan to go into this one with a little bit more fire?
No, I mean, I didn't really have a game plan. It's more just like send it. I know I could do good on this workout, and I haven't had the weekend that I wanted, but that was expected. So I knew I could do good in this workout, and I needed to take my shot, so I did.
Well, you took your shot in front of all of your friends, your family, and fans. This is your home Mayhem. What does it feel to be competing at a semifinal level in your home gym that you're here all day, every day?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly kind of crazy. I wake up in the morning and I get to snuggle my dogs and cats and see all my friends here and goof around and forget that I'm literally at a semifinal. So maybe I should take it a little more serious, but having a great time.
Well, I'm happy to be here with you, Haley. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
First event win of the 2025 Mayhem Classic for Haley Adams as she picks up 100 points. Emily Rolfe is going to take second. So things are looking to be a little more interesting heading into the 5th and final event. And Alexis Raptis, who won Heat 1, will wind up with 90 points and a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, things will definitely get interesting. It'll shake up, especially really good for the last event. And that money on the line, I don't even know if it was necessary, but it's going to be awesome.
It's going to count. You know, hey, I'm just here for everybody else. You know, I just want to put on a good show, and didn't even need to do that.
Well, women are done. Men coming up next here in event number 4 of the 2025 Mayhem Classic. The 2025 Mayhem Classic presented by Heart and Soil. Today's action brought to you by Mayhem Athletes. Second and final day of competition continues here for the men at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. We are set for the first of 2 heats here in Event 4. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Event number 4 goes all the way back to the midline march from the 2014 CrossFit Games, which I believe started your run of 3 straight wins to close out Sunday.
It did. Yeah, we had that push-pull that really kind of brought me back to life for some reason. I don't know what the hell was going on that year. And then saw that a lot like Haley in that last event. I was like, all right, I'm pissed off, and this is a really good event for me. You know, there was, at that point, if there was one to see, that was it. So, how well do you GHD? We've got about 5 guys in this heat that do well on GHDs because they're Mayhem athletes. So, gonna be fun.
Then this is gonna play more of a factor for the guys. Even long and strong. Good overhead mobility plays a huge role in this workout. How much time have you spent on your hands? How much time have you spent working on the mobility? And looking at our guys, some of the guys I'm looking at, you know, we know Seth has a great overhead, and Royce Dunn as well. Even though as big as he is, he really has great mobility.
Luke Parker will be in lane 6, probably a guy who's used to doing a lot of GHDs.
Absolutely. Yeah, that nasal strip's going to help him too. He's going to be able to breathe through these GHDs and
definitely
going
to help the GHD cycle rate for sure, because as he comes up, that nasal cavity is more open.
Yeah.
Actually, it may hurt him a little bit. You know, it creates a little bit of drag.
A drag, yeah.
At that point, just go with the eye black, too.
Yeah, you need that.
Lean into it, bro.
Exactly.
Don't say that, because next event he'll have it.
There's Jack Farlow.
Now, something you keep talking about is, you know, being long and stacking those joints. It just takes work off the muscles. You can just stack everything into place. So that's something, you know, we saw kind of play into. You know, feet, man, she did an incredible job there. I know Haley smashed the workout, but to see her just kind of methodically pick through it, you know, not just go out too hot, not do anything crazy, and then finish was impressive. So
a lot of the girls we saw that did well. And I will toot my own horn. They were long and strong. I mean, they had great overhead, and it helped. They could breathe when they were overhead.
You know who won? Had the best GHDs. So
had the best GHD. So hey, all right.
50 reps to open us up here. We're halfway through.
This workout, I know that that Rich has done many versions of. Of course, obviously, these movements he's no stranger to, but him and Royce way back in maybe 2021 did a workout very similar.
I think we did 155 barbell, right?
Barbell, okay. So yeah, a midline march-ish workout again, and you know, we know that's something that you like. So again, I said that before, Royce follows the What's Rich Doing track. So he's used to doing the things you're doing, and probably 150 GHDs is a normal week for him.
Normal week. I feel like we've done this actual version. We do get in little, you know, Sam's really good on the GHD. Sam's coming off
Sam
first.
Cornway, the first man off of that set of 50. He gets immediately to work, and now Raquel May,
the double
Spencer Panchik, Seth Stovall, all finishing up. Benita Celis is done as well. Now Parker Farlow.
I want to say, Angelo, we've done this exact workout, maybe in like.
I wouldn't. I mean, I won't fight you on that. I'd say it's very possible.
Oh, I'll fight you. Yeah, no, we go on tangents every once in a while. Like we find a movement, we're like, oh, we haven't touched that in a while. I feel like in a summer one year we just hammered single arm dumbbell snatch for some reason.
Yeah, that has happened.
That would have happened.
Dumbbell squat, snatch, lunge, anything with a 100-pound dumbbell, we've done it. So. This actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this goes back to the first Mayhem Classic with the dumbbell squat snatch, heavy dumbbell squat snatch, and handstand walk. Very similar movement patterns, something we like to do a lot of.
Yeah, I think Sam Cornway could disrupt that final heat a little bit. I feel like he might have one of the top times. Sam is really good at GHDing, and he is really good on his hands.
You talk about a guy who's lightning fast on his hands.
And he's a little angry.
Yeah, Cornway is just about done with his overhead walking lunge, and then he'll get to work on the handstand walk for the first time. Seth Stovall sits in second, and it's tight behind him with Benito Celis, Parker, and Spencer Panchik.
You said Sam may have mentioned that yesterday didn't have quite the volume that he thought it should.
Yeah.
Well, I found him in the back. before this event, and he goes, hey, my body's tired. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. He's like, nothing, not just one thing, but I'm just like, I'm tired.
Interesting little grumble, too,
Yeah.
we're hearing in the back, too, is that athletes that are taller are saying this is geared more towards the shorter athletes. So
Yeah, this one for sure won't be. I mean, you cover more ground with those lunge steps and long strides on the hands. And then the GHD, I mean, really could favor anybody.
Yeah. Well, Sam Cornway gets done with that first round at about 3 minutes, 26 seconds.
He is just
And he is the only man on now to the second set of 50 GHD. Seth Stovall has 25 feet to go. He's in the middle of your screen. Behind the judge. You can see his feet in the air. He's just about done. And Spencer Panchik is right behind him.
Yeah, I feel like Sam could disrupt that final heat a little bit. Seth's moving really well. Seth, no stranger to GHD, handstand walk combo. Seth, for the first couple years, didn't really train with us a lot. We always joked and made fun of him for not working out with us, and so now he's jumped in and been more part of the crew, and been fun to get to know him a lot more.
Learn how to be attack stuff on the floor. I mean,
Yeah.
'cause he has that fitness, and then you've kind of taken him under your wing and showed him the ways of a competitor, and he really has adapted really well to that. And I mean, he's just super fit too, so that always helps.
Yeah, I think we'll see Luke too. Luke kind of separate himself here. Him and Spencer are pretty close. Split-wise, Spencer was a little bit ahead, but I feel like Luke is just no stranger to this volume on this workout. I mean, if we were to look at one workout that you'd be like, oh, Mayhem Athlete, there's some bias. Yeah, this is it.
This is probably it, yeah.
I'll own this one. That's fine. But
10 reps to go for Cornway, and now 9. Make that 8 reps for Cornway. 108 is what he's looking to hit on his scoreboard before he'll get back to the overhead walking lunge on that 100-pound dumbbell.
Seeing very similar things happen, like what happened in that final heat for the women where Haley just took off and left everybody. You might see that here with Sam. So we do have whole another heat and, you know, the top half of the heat, but this is a really good workout for Sam, and he will do really well.
Cornway taking off in his second of 3 overhead walking lunges. He'll get a rep for every 25-foot section he completes. As you look at the men who are trying to chase him down, all these men on their second round of GHD sit-ups. Seth Stovall has managed to pull ahead of Spencer Panchik, or maintain that lead, I should say, maybe widen it a bit on this portion of the event.
Luke's snuck up there a little bit. Celis right there with him as well.
Stovall's done. He's onto the dumbbell in the background there on the right side of your screen.
Sam just kind of taking
Sam,
off.
man, he is really just pulled away already. It's round 2, and he's just has a huge lead, but Seth's right there. I mean, it's not insurmountable, that's for sure.
Seth Stovall, 13th place overall with 150 points. His best finish was 9th in the opening event yesterday.
He's just been kind of right there at 9th, 10th, 14th.
Yeah, and like we said, it wasn't, I mean, maybe it was meant for it a little bit of home cooking to give the Mayhem Athletes
this is their house,
softball.
you know?
Yeah, they earned a good event, and here they are. I mean, they're the top 3 in the heat.
Sure
Sam
enough.
Cornway continues to lead. You saw Luke Parker, he's moved ahead of Spencer Panchik for 3rd place in the heat. Stovall is still in 2nd, and Stovall has made the turn. Upper left-hand part of your screen. He's in 2nd place in the heat.
Yeah, and Sam just, I mean, continues to lead. He looks super strong, and you know he's going to recover on his hands. He's really fast upside down.
Let's say Seth cut that lead a touch on the lunge
For
here,
sure,
but
yeah.
Sam on the handstand walk is just so much faster.
Cornway taking off on his 2nd of 3 100-foot handstand walks. Same story as the overhead walking lunge. 1 rep for every 25-foot section you complete. Jack Farlow there closing out his 2nd lunge. Cornway is in, he'll make the turn.
Yeah, really just pushing those handstand walks.
Luke putting some pressure on Seth here too.
Yeah, Seth is still resting. He has yet to start his handstand walk as Cornway is on the way back, and now Stovall's on his hands.
Yeah, Luke's not necessarily a guy you want right behind you on a handstand walk. He's really strong in his hands. He has great endurance overhead.
Good GHDer. And
Cornway did not rest at all on either trip.
Seth goes and opts for the 50-foot section unbroken while Luke breaks halfway.
3rd and final set of 50 GHDs for Cornway. 166, that's the rep mark he's looking to hit on the scoreboard.
Luke just got his hand out of the Lane just barely that fingertip on the black, and he's about 15 feet in, so we'll see how that goes.
Sam Cornway, look at the overall standings on the right side of your screen for this heat. 14th place with 140 points.
He's so big, but also just so not heavy. It blows
crazy.
my mind.
It's crazy.
He looks like he's 2'4".
You put him and Royce next to each other, you're like, oh, those guys are about the same. You're like, no, wait, there's
Luke's
probably
80
a 30-pound difference.
Like 80 pounds.
80 pounds. Yeah,
keep making them
that
make-
315 pounds of Royce Dunn over there.
Hey, speaking of Royce's creeping in here. Look at this.
He's good. I mean, he's
joins the Mayhem party.
He told me, and I almost gasped when he told me. He said, he goes, yeah, well, the dumbbell's pretty tough for me, but I can just kick upside down and start to breathe. And I was like, what?
Yeah, that dumbbell's like a quarter of his body weight.
Yeah, and I'm like, upside down, breathe upside down. I mean, if you've ever seen me in handstand walk, you know there's no breathing involved.
Yeah, well, because you're arched like a cat.
Yeah.
The top three are still the same, and it's Sam Cornway who leads the way with Seth Stovall in second and Luke Parker in third.
Yeah, we got Mayhem Athletes are the top four in the heat at this moment.
Some good programming, honestly.
Yeah,
Some
for sure.
really
This
good
is
programming.
Definitely good programming.
Yeah, Mayhem Athlete, I mean, if you want to try to win or lead a heat at
With
an
the
in-person
GHD.
qualifier, then, you know, I know the programming for you, and I know the code for you. It's Angelo. Use the code Angelo if you want to join the programming and you want to run away with an event lead, event win, heat win.
Sam finishing up his GHDs
Final
here
rep
way
for
ahead.
Cornway. And
Well,
he's back to the dumbbell for the final time.
I don't foresee it being a problem, but we have seen Seth close that gap just a little bit on the lunge portion, but then Sam just kind of runs away on his hands. Or hands
Stovall still
away?
has...
Would it be hands away? Or no, run? No, whatever.
Stovall now with, I think, 16 reps to go. Now 15. So he's a good distance behind Cornway, who's off on his third and final overhead walking lunge.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how him and Luke finish up here.
It's good though. It pushes them to keep kind of pushing here because who knows this next heat what's going to go on. I feel like Hatfield will do well. I don't know how Colton is on these movements.
And if I think this is kind of a rule, seems to be just for us, and this is kind of a rule that we've used. You can switch hands as long as you aren't moving. And a lot of places you would have to either set the dumbbell down or be behind the line. They're switching. You can notice Sam switches hands overhead, just not moving his feet. So as long as he's not moving, you can switch overhead and then keep trucking. That's some people using that strategy.
There goes Seth Stovall now on his third and final overhead walking lunge. Luke Parker picking up the dumbbell as well on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, Luke looking like he doesn't want Seth to get too much distance ahead of him. And Luke definitely likes to race, and he'll push himself. He'll definitely push Seth, and he's going to push hard and keep up with him. This will be a really good race to the end if Luke can kind of close that gap.
It's got to be that breathe right nose strip.
It's got to be. But it looks like there's Sam making another switch again. Sam's about to finish up his lunge. It looks like he's going to
cruise to a win
he's going
here.
to win this heat here and give the next heat of guys kind of have their work cut out for him with how well he's done so far.
What was Haley's time?
Just sub 12. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, it was
it's
sub
gonna be
12.
close. Which
She's
is
around 11.
not that we ever compete cross genders here at all. That
No,
never
not
happens.
us. We're not that competitive.
No.
Seth really turned on the burners on this lunge. He wants to, I think he'd like to have a little bit of distance between him and Luke and hopefully, you know, crush his spirit a little bit, make him think he can't catch him. But I don't know, Luke may still make a push on the handstand walk.
Cornway is
Seth does
done.
a lot of single leg unilateral work. So, I mean, you're always like, I don't dabble in everybody's programming. Foster works with him, but I do notice he does a lot of single leg stuff, single arm stuff. So he's moving that dumbbell really well on that.
Cornway is almost done with his handstand walk. Stovall just started. So Sam Cornway is going to kick down and get himself across the finish line and pick up a heat win here.
Nice, Sam.
Incredible finish. He did super good the entire time.
12:22.82 seconds for Cornway, who dominates that opening heat.
He had some choice words for us for sure on a couple of these events, especially the feet sack. He liked to look up here and
he gave
tell
us
us
a
what he
couple.
thinks about us.
He wasn't real happy.
There, he can have that. He can say thank you after that one.
Seth Stovall, 50 feet remaining for him as he and Luke Parker will pass. I think Parker got hit with a no rep because his left hand came out of the lane.
Luke's not really in any jeopardy whatsoever.
No, he's doing pretty good. He's got no one really close to him, and the chance to catch Seth is pretty tough.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, even without that no rep, it wasn't going to happen.
No,
Stovall's moving really well.
ahead.
He's now done. So Seth Stovall will head to the buzzer to close out his event. He'll take second place in the heat. 13:15.48 seconds.
Time.
Look at the big fella over here in lane
Which
3.
one?
Royce.
Yeah.
Royce Dunn in the background there is now finished with his third and final overhead walking lunge.
He needed a good event here. Make his trip worth it. Honestly, Royce could be one of those 3K guys. He could hammer a bike,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely he can.
Luke Parker is in.
Old LPP.
Royce Dunn, this is the first half of his final handstand walk.
Still looks strong overhead.
I mean, not bad for a 350-pound man.
Nope. I want to know if there's a graph of like what his weight prediction has been throughout the weekend. He's put on some weight, you know. All them gummy bears, I bet, in the back are feeding.
Yeah, all that. He's carb loading.
He's staying at Sam and Zoe's house, so sorry for them. Sam actually texted me. He was like, "Hey, I need the Mayhem card." I said, "What do you need the Mayhem card
Need
for?"
some groceries.
He said, "Roy's staying at my house. I need to buy groceries."
Royce Dunn is across the finish line.
Oh, somebody just dropped a dumbbell. That hurts my affiliate heart.
No. Not the drop dumbbell.
That's Spencer Panchik, who is now your leader on the floor.
He's finishing up.
PSA out there: do not drop dumbbells from overhead, ever. Ever.
You really should think about guiding that bar down.
The bar, I'm not empty barbell. Absolutely.
I'm quoting Ben.
Oh,
you guys really should think about guiding that bar down.
It drives me crazy when I see people pitch kettlebells or pitch dumbbells, especially if you go to pick up a heavy dumbbell that somebody's chucked.
And it looks like a C.
If you grab it and if the C, forms around your knuckles, it's great. But if you go to grab it and it's up, it's impossible to hold stable. So
you hit it on your chest and the dumbbell bench, and it just bounces off and goes a different direction.
Be a good human being and don't throw the dumbbells.
Raquelme and Farlow now both finishing up. I don't think either of them threw a dumbbell. So good on them.
Yeah, the below the hip drop. Get it below the hip and drop. Vigneault working through his last lunge.
Lehman and Vigneault, the last two men out there, and Lehman is in his third and final round of GHD sit-ups. Vigneault's a guy that's been at the game since 2015.
Yeah, very seasoned competitor.
Yeah, best finishes in 2021 when he took 8th.
Took some time off for his career as a police officer, I believe, and came back to competition. Really just loves competing, and then really likes being a part of the crew. Actually, I think we called him out on our podcast to say, Vigneault hasn't been around much. I think he may have been to Mayhem once or twice, and then felt like a few weeks later he's like, all right, I'll come down and hang out. And then he came down, and he's spent some time with us since then.
Vigneault has 50 feet remaining on his handstand walk, and he has a little less than 3.5 minutes to get there.
Last 50 feet for him. Got about 3 minutes till the cap.
Vigneault breaking after that first 25-foot section. His best finish was 14th in the opening event. And Alex Vigneault is now done, and he will head to the finish. Leaves Cale Lehman as the last man on the floor.
Nice work out of him. He's stressing me out with those feet. He's really
they're about to
to
fall out. I just can't. I don't know if his adductors are tired or what there, but man, I've never seen that before.
No, it's barely hooking. Man, I don't like watching it. I almost want to look away.
Watch. Let the boy watch.
All right, we only have a few more reps to watch.
Taking the market.
2 plums for 1. Speaking of the shoes, there you go. Plum-colored shoes. Oh, man. I've never watched that show, but I've watched
that scene.
I've watched
Me
that
neither.
scene
Fantastic.
And the outtakes. Oh, man.
The outtakes are the best.
Oh my gosh, it's so good.
I don't know how anybody can act alongside Will Ferrell and not just lose it constantly.
Lose their mind. All right, under 2 minutes here.
Well, Cale Lehman, we talked about this in the prior event. Valuable experience. I think this is his first really competition beyond quarterfinals. So he's going to learn a lot over these 2 days.
Going to learn today. Yep, and hey, once again, like Paige did last heat, the first female heat, worked till the time cap.
Yeah.
That's cool. You know,
you got to keep working,
there's
be a
literally
good sport.
no reason for him to keep going other than he just wants to. That's awesome.
Get some experience and just stay out on the floor, kind of soak it in.
Feed those nightmares, you know.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's what pushes you to, if you've been in that position, then you want to just not be in that position. You kind of get a feel for it and know how it feels, and then just gets you wanting to work harder when you get in the gym, too.
Yeah, Lehman's only 5 feet tall. He's 180 pounds.
Can you imagine if he was Royce's size?
Oh, man.
How many times can we
375
mention
pounds?
Royce's weight? Man, look
He's
at that
he's
blood all
a
over
half
his
of a
shirt,
he's
too.
a half of a Royce Dunn.
That's a unit of measurement.
Yeah, one
now.
half done.
One half done.
Royce Dunn.
Lehman out of black and gold CrossFit.
Got about 30 seconds here.
Working all the way to the cap. Yeah, is that blood all over his shirt?
Yeah, I think from the
nosebleed,
last.
maybe?
No, I think it was from the last workout.
He bloodied hands.
He bloodied his hands on the legless, I think. Could be wrong.
Yeah, there's definitely not dry air in here to get you a bloody nose.
Well, this is the thing I always try to put in perspective for people. If maybe you're new at this, like Cale Lehman walks into your gym and probably tunes up your best guy.
Oh, for
sure.
That's like how
100%,
fit he is.
Exactly. Yeah, it is crazy to watch these level of competitors go at it.
Sam Cornwallier is going to take the heat. 22.82 seconds.
He's putting some pressure on the guys in the next heat. And there he is. I mean,
just out.
Led immediately.
Wire to wire. We
Yep.
knew that Sam was capable of that, especially on this workout. Man, Sam's such a fit dude. So glad to see him get one of his softballs and actually hit one out of the park here. Fun to watch. Cool rogue rig camera there.
Oh yeah.
How happy is that?
The rogue rig cam.
No, I think we finally found an event where it allows whoever's going to win it just to really separate themselves. So Haley Adams, and now we see it with Sam Cornwallier here in this first heat.
That's been our first workout that we've been, seen people just absolutely demolish it and leave everybody else in the dust.
Sam Cornwallier sub 13, 12:22.82 seconds to set the time to beat. He's with Rory McKernan.
Sam.
Well, Sam, I saw a post last night where you said, hey, just having fun with the boys. But that looked like you were out for blood. How does it feel to come out here and dominate one?
I mean, it feels good, but, CrossFit hasn't been a priority of mine lately, so this weekend has been rough, Thanks, Rich. This one is kind of like, a wheelhouse workout for me. But I'm not going to lie, I might have a rhabdo from those GHG. I don't do them anymore, so they hurt.
A little bit of abdo. Tell me more about deprioritizing. What's going on in life?
Yeah, CrossFit has been a huge part of my life for the last 7 years, and now getting older, got 2 kids to take care of, Big project coming up. My wife's opening a coffee shop in June, planning to open my own gym in 2026. So, big project, a lot of work. Can't complain. Busy life, good life.
I love it, man. Well, this space, you've done a lot of reps and a lot of workouts. How does it feel and what does it mean to you to be competing here?
I'm just super grateful to be here. I think, can't ask really for better than that. I know a lot of people would love to be here. When I got my invite, I was like, all right, I guess I'm not retiring now. I got to come back and, just doing what I can.
Well, we all love having you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we show Sam our gratitude?
Well, Sam Cornwallier will have to wait and see if he's going to be the heat winner. Really solid time, 12:22.82 seconds. Austin Hatfield and Colton Mertens are starting to pull away.
Yeah.
And the athletes behind him are running out of time to catch them. Just 2 events remain, including this one. Roman Krennikov right now sits in 3rd. He is 45 points back of Mertens for that second and final spot. Nick Matthew, Guimaeros, and Jason Hopper are all going to probably have to smash these next two events and get some help in the process if they want to wind up earning a ticket to Albany, New York, and the 2025 CrossFit Games. Event number 4, to reset, inspired by the 2014 midline march. Got a lot of GHDs, some overhead walking lunges, and a handstand walk in there.
A lot of old GHDs, staple of Mayhem. I don't really know how it became a staple, but it is one now, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. It just slowly over time we've done more and more, and it seems like 150 to 200 seems to be the number per session on the GHD for us.
Let's talk keys one more time.
One more time.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it there with Sam. We've seen it with Haley. How well do you GHD? We, I mean, Mayhem Athletes, I think, took all 4 of the top spots in that first heat of men. You know, people that train here with us regularly. And so we'll see here who does their GHD homework or who has done their GHD homework.
Yeah, and then again, I think long is strong. We saw a lot of the same guys who were fast on the GHD also have a very good overhead stack on the lunge and the handstand walk, and both those things, you know, led them to either a victory or a very good placing in their heat.
Here are your lane assignments for the second and final heat. Hatfield and Mertens will be right in the middle of the floor. Roman Krennikov will be next to them. So not only is he going to need to probably beat both of those guys across the finish line, he's going to have to get some help to shave some of that deficit and make it more manageable heading into the 5th and final event. There is Austin Hatfield, who has 2 wins in 3 events and has not finished lower than 4th.
We got Hatfield and Mertens, the battle of the ages at this event here. So these two are kind of running off with it, but I don't feel like they're going to let up. I want to see another little back and forth here. It's been fun to watch. The 2 farmers go at it.
I do think there could be a pretty good race on the outside lanes. You know, there's a lot of, this is a little bit different. We talked about it. This is a muscle endurance and GHD midline test. So this is a little different than what we've seen. We'll see if other people can steal some points from them and kind of like give them a little scare heading into this event and the next one.
Sprague, Fernandez, Hopper, Krennikov are all out to the early lead here in the opening portion of this first set of 50 GHD sit-ups.
Sprague starting to get a little egregious over there.
A little bit.
GHDs.
You can see Jules, head judge, got over there.
Jules getting some attention.
An eye on him.
Yeah, this is such a, I don't know what's going on with the GHD standard, but we tried to even it out. Let's go. All right, here we go. We got Rosema moving right there. He's no stranger to the GHD with Mayhem. He's one of us.
Yep.
Rosema 10th place overall, 165 total points.
Jag. What was, did you watch Jag? The show Jag?
Jag.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a yes.
No,
I
but
did watch the show, but no, I
okay.
didn't.
All right, that was
I
my
know
dad,
of it.
My dad, we used to watch it all the time. I forgot who was the main guy on that show. I just ruined it. Sorry.
Rosema, for those of you that don't know, a former judge advocate general in the Army. James Sprague and Jorge Fernandez, your leaders right now on this first set of 50. Judge's hand in the air for Roman Krennikov as well. Fernandez off first, followed by Sprague. And then Roman Krennikov will be the next man done onto the 100-pound dumbbell. Fernandez is off first. Here comes James Sprague behind him. Mertens is now done. He's in 4th place in the heat, followed by Austin Hatfield and Jason Hopper.
I like to see this from Jorge. We have not really seen one where he's just kind of attacked. Jorge's super strong, so we know the lunge is going to be easy.
Roman Krennikov, 45 points out. So right now he's got to separate himself from both Hatfield and Mertens, and hopefully, for his sake, get some people between the 3 of them.
He's got a big, long lunge. That helps a ton here. And then the same thing on the handstand walk. With a little bit of a longer stride, you can cut those amount of repetitions you have to do overhead. And, man, a lot of these guys not sending the dumbbell down very long, getting right back to work.
There's 58 reps per round. They get 1 scored rep for every 25-foot section they complete on both the overhead lunge and the handstand walk.
Yeah, everybody coming out hot here.
Yeah.
We only saw Sam kind of come out hot, so we'll see if people get caught up in the emotion of this event. This is what we wanted to see.
Exactly.
To see if anybody would get caught up. And thanks to Rory, Harm is the name of the character from the show Jag. Man, that's been a long time ago.
I knew McCurtain was good for something around here.
He is good. A quick Google would have done it for me. Yeah, we used to watch that show. I don't know why. That's just a core memory. All right, Sprague and And George racing it out
Sprague's going
here.
to try to go unbroken here. Jorge Fernandez takes a quick break.
Jorge is definitely doing the Dom method.
Oh, the
Early
Dom
break,
method.
yeah, break early and just keep hammering in. A lot of times it does work. You break earlier, and then the guys who don't break end up tuckering out just a little bit. So we'll see if that is the right strategy. Just
Austin
quick
Hatfield,
breaks.
meanwhile, has passed Roman Krennikov. Hatfield
Colton
now
just went
currently
out of
sits
his
in
lane.
third place. Mertens with a no rep, and he is now towards the back
Man.
of this heat.
Hatfield with
Hatfield a no rep.
foot.
This is big.
Man, you got to, the accuracy of being overhead is something I guess can be overlooked sometimes. But yeah, when you're on your hands and you're racing and you're trying to move fast, you got to still be accurate with where you're placing your hands in your lane.
Well, Sprague, Fernandez, and Hopper now your top three.
Hatfield opting to do the 50-foot unbroken to catch right back up with Roman.
And there is Jason Hopper. Hopper right now 6th place overall, 200 points. So he's 80 points back of Colton Mertens. Now keep in mind in that final event, not to take the focus off of what we're doing here. 60 calories on a bike. That's going to be those big guys are finally going to get their event.
I believe he's the self-proclaimed champion of the bike, or
I think
some title
he thinks he is, and
some
maybe
title he's claimed.
Maybe
some
Dallin
arbitrary.
thinks he is. I think technically the latest winner of the Echo Bike right now is James Sprague on the Rogue Echo Bike Challenge. I believe that he is the leader on those three who think they're the best on the Echo Bike. So maybe Hopper can take it back from him.
So Sprague and Fernandez and Hopper, I think, are all now in the back half of this set of 50. They got to hit the 108 rep mark in that white box next to their names.
Sprague going back and forth with Jorge here. Jorge's cycles way faster on those GHDs. Not way faster, but faster than James. And, you know, like James, I feel like probably not real happy with where he's at over the weekend. Nick Matthew.
Yeah, Nick Matthew there in the red crop tops.
He's not hard to find.
No, he is not. Rocking that signature style. He's in 4th place overall, 70 points back of Colton Mertens.
We've got a 2-horse rabbit race at the
Fernandez
top,
is
but
done. He's retaken the lead from James Sprague as Fernandez on the right side of your screen takes off in his second of 3 100-foot overhead walking lunges. Sprague is getting the dumbbell situated. He has yet to start, and now he's going.
Jorge's had a 7th and a 6th. That last event got him a little bit on the 15th there.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that Jorge was doing the 25-foot handstand walk sections, and Sprague opted for, I believe, the 50-foot sections. And so it's interesting to see that he's taking the lead on the GHDs. Maybe he saved a little bit of gas for the GHDs and could catch up.
Krennikov and Hopper were the next two men, followed closely by Austin Hatfield. Now Hatfield's got a much faster pace on the lunges. The other in the background is he's now has Hatfield, Roman Krennikov, and he's starting to creep up on Jason Hopper. Jorge Fernandez is your leader. You'll see him probably coming to view on the right side of your screen.
One thing I notice here, just seeing it from this angle, Hopper's doing the step through on the lunge, which takes. It is a lot faster of a cycle, obviously. Not bringing the feet together on that lunge. You can step through. We didn't make a mandatory stop, so.
And you don't, if you don't have a dumbbell overhead as long, you can go ahead and get to the line, get it down.
Yeah, Hopper working his way back. Now he's
coming to
currently
creeping
in
up on
place in the heat.
here.
He's past Hatfield, who sits in 4th. Top two continue to be Jorge Fernandez and James Sprague. Fernandez just completed his first 25-foot section on the handstand walk. Now here comes Sprague. Now remember, Sprague, I think last time went unbroken on this first section.
Coming down
this
kick
time.
down. Going to come down to that last set of GHDs, I think. And Jorge was faster on the last set. He caught Sprague. Sprague got through everything else quicker. Hopper up on his hands, moving down the floor. Roman about to finish the lunge. So this heat's shaping up to be a little bit more fun of a race.
25 feet to go for Fernandez. There's Hopper, who's now closing the gap between himself and Sprague for second.
Roman had to put the dumbbell down with like a 5-foot section.
Time to beat belongs to Sam Cornway. 12 minutes, 22.82 seconds is now Fernandez is on to the GHD for the third and final time.
I think it may be tough to see that time be touched, but still.
Hopper just kicked out as Sprague will be the second man here into round 3. So 166. That's the rep mark that they need to get to before they will go back to the overhead walking lunge for the third and final time.
Sterner up on his hands, Rosema finishing his lunge.
Well, Hopper now has moved himself into 3rd place in the heat, and Hatfield's right behind him.
Hatfield's opened up a lead here on Colton too, so this could give him a little bit of cushion going into that final event to where, let's be honest, I don't know, we'll see. The bike, yeah, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, so let's see. So Colton's up.
One guy we haven't talked about, Colton Mertens, a lot. He is in contention for that overall lead right there. Him and Hatfield going back and forth, and so he finds himself kind of farther back in his heat, not where he wanted to be, so that'll be interesting.
The good news for Mertens, though, is that he's now right next to Roman Khrennikov, the man who is immediately behind him in the overall standings. And Krennikov's got to make up 45 points on Mertens over the final 2 events to get into a qualifying spot.
And behind him is Nick Matthew, who is also right next to him. So he's fine overall, but not where you want to be.
No.
Nobody wants to be.
Yeah, if you're a competitor, you want to go out and you want to try to win every event. So this is not where he wanted to be in this event, but he's still doing exactly what he needs to do.
5 to go for Fernandez on this final set of 50. James Sprague has 14, now 13 left.
Jorge's opened up a lead. See if he can kind of maintain that, or if James saved enough to give him a push here. I don't
Fernandez onto the dumbbell.
See them catching Sam, but who knows?
Yeah, 12:22.82 seconds is that top mark from Sam Cornway from heat number 1. Here goes Jorge Fernandez for the 3rd and final time on the 100-foot overhead walking lunge.
He's creeping a little to the left of that lane. Needs to be a little bit careful. You don't want a no rep here.
100 pounds on that
so
dumbbell.
So strong, though.
And now Sprague is done with his final set of GHDs, and he's got his hands on the dumbbell.
Yeah, hopefully when he does the turnaround, he notices that Sprague is right behind him, then he gets right back on that dumbbell and maintains that lead. Maybe those 25-foot sections he was doing in the beginning saved a little bit in the tank, and he can string together
no rep now for Fernandez. He didn't get across the finish line, but all he has to do is just pick it back up and continue. So Sprague is starting to creep up a little bit here. Austin Hatfield, meanwhile, is moved ahead of Jason Hopper as Hatfield's on the overhead walking lunge. Hopper's done with his 3rd set of GHCs as both Sprague and Fernandez get set up for their final 50 feet here on this 3rd overhead walking lunge.
Little less rest for Sprague there, so we'll see what happens with Jorge. Jorge, it looked like, I don't know if he anticipated that next step, broke his elbow, and then it kind of the dumbbell fell. So we'll see here. Looks like he's fine, though. Not breaking at the 25, so it's going to come down to the race at the end.
Oh, Fernandez taking a break here. Sprague is continuing to shot a little dip in the arm, but able to stabilize. But James Sprague
catching Hopper over here. We got races all over the place.
Sprague is now across, and he'll be the first man to the handstand walk. Jason Hopper, left side of screen. These are your top 3 as Hopper has now moved back in front of Austin Hatfield on the lunge.
See what happens.
Sprague through his first 25 feet. Fernandez still has not kicked up yet. 12:22.82 seconds is the time to beat. James Sprague could really use an event win here.
I love that when you're done with a toe to bar or something and you don't have them
grips
and you just want the break of like get these things off of me. That's what Jorge just did. He's about to handstand walk and he brings the knee sleeves down.
Well, Sprague is done.
Sprague up
we
on
have
his hands.
a
Looks
minute
like
to go before we hit that time to beat. So Sprague's got a shot here.
Got time.
I mean, that's the beauty of being in this heat, right? Is you got people to kind of push you and bring you with them. So
Sprague kind of all by himself at his top
Hopper
point.
just hopped Hatfield over here.
Yeah, Hopper's still in 3rd place.
After I said Hopper.
Hey, that was good. That was good use.
Him and Hatfield have a good race going. He's watching
Sprague's
Hatfield.
He's going to win one here.
Sprague's done. James Sprague is in, and he'll pick up 100 points and his first event win of the Mayhem Classic.
Oh, and Hopper passes Fernandez just now.
Yeah, Hopper's moved into 2nd. Fernandez taking a break. So Jason Hopper, who came in 6th place overall with 200 points.
He's got to run the finish line.
Is going to finish in 2nd place in the event as he gets in ahead of Cornway's time, as does Jorge Fernandez to pick up 90 points and a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, a lot of guys in the outside lanes taking points away.
Well, here comes Austin Hatfield.
Doing what he needs to do. Good place for him.
He's going to take, I think, 5th place.
That's good for him because Colton, Nick, and Roman are all right there.
All the guys directly chasing him.
Colton Mertens just finished up his 3rd and final overhead walking lunge. Roman Khrennikov is now done. George Sterner is your leader on the floor. Sterner is on his first 50-foot section of the handstand walk.
And he's got guys breathing down his neck. He's got 3 guys chasing him down.
This is where the last heat will start to kind of fill in here as well, fill in some spots and take away some points from some of these guys.
Roman Krennikov has moved ahead of Colton Mertens. Well, this is great news for Jason Hopper, because all the guys he's chasing are still on the floor, except for Austin Hatfield is out. George Sterner's across, so that's going to help Jason Hopper.
This is good for Hatfield because Roman and Matthew are right there, and Colton's still on the floor. See what Colton does if he goes the full 100. Nope, comes down.
Matthew is now across, so more points that Jason Hopper is picking up. He had to pick up 80 points on Mertens over the final 2 events.
Oh, Roman falls right across the finish line.
But he was already in. He got both hands across that green line, so Krennikov is going to pick up some points on Mertens, but not very many, as Mertens is now done, and Colton is in. Rosema and Mayeros, the last 2 men on the floor, and Guy looking to complete this first 50-foot section unbroken.
Well, we got several. We're not going to have a time capper here. So.
No. Still got a race with these guys.
No team time cap.
Rosema now done with his first trip down the floor, as Guy is close to finishing up.
Down and back unbroken.
And he is done. Guy Mayeros.
Yeah,
hitting
finished
the buzzer.
up strong.
14:32.63 seconds.
You know Rosema hates this.
Yeah.
But that's still solid time, really.
Very
this
good.
was good heat.
Really good heat.
We got to see that push, got to see, you know, we're worried a little bit with the previous heats that we're going to have a runaway winner again, so that was good.
No, it was very good. There was a lot of races all over the place.
Well, 4 of the top 5 times in this event are going to come from this heat, as Rosema is now over the finish for the handstand walk, and he'll have to get to the buzzer to officially close out his event. And now only one event remains. James Sprague is going to pick up the event win and 100 points in the process. Sprague trying to give himself a fighting chance heading into the 5th and final event. And he and Jorge Fernandez had a great battle throughout this event, but it was on the handstand walk, I think in round 3.
Sprague started to pull
Sprague took
away.
the lead. Fernandez was able to overtake him on the GHDs, and
oh, that one
this is where it started to kind of not fall apart, but
that's where Sprague could smell the blood in the water, and he knew he could try to catch him here.
That really significantly closed the gap between the 2 of them. And then Fernandez took one more break. This is the 3rd and final overhead walking lunge, and then this is where Sprague took the lead for good.
Yeah, and he ran away with it towards the end. He kind of opened up that lead just a little bit. If you noticed on the lunge, the last lunge, he dropped the dumbbell and then got right back to the handstand walk, and almost made a distance between himself and Jorge to make it seem like Jorge wasn't able to catch him, and then James did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, Sprague, only man to go sub-12. He picks up 100 points in the process. Jason Hopper will earn 95, and Fernandez will earn 90. Sam Cornway's effort in heat number 1, good enough for 4th place overall. And our overall leader, Austin Hatfield, has every finish of 5th or better. But James Sprague gets the win, and he gets to talk to Rory McKernan.
Well, Mr. Sprague, congratulations on 100 points. As the defending champion of the CrossFit Games, it's an understatement to say that you're extremely fit. Are you surprised by the strength of this field and how hard you're having to fight for all these events?
Oh man, when there's 20 guys, you can't have slip-ups. And, you know, yesterday wasn't my best day of performing, but it was my best day of effort. And, you know, I posted this on my Instagram, but sometimes that's all you can control. So I'm gonna control this last event as best I can, hopefully grab all the points that I can. And if it's not a game spot, hey, we got more opportunities, but I'm glad I came out swinging.
I love that, and I've always loved your enthusiasm, and there was no exception when we invited you out here. Like, yeah, you were all in. Are you having a good time? Tell me how the competition's going overall.
Oh man, this is where faith meets fitness, and I have a lot of people cheering me on from various places around the United States, and got family that came along to cheer me on too, and I'm best friends with all these guys. I mean, Brett Fikowski said it at Rogue, but like, this is brotherhood. All the times you get spending warming up on the floor, blood, sweat, and tears. It's so beautiful, and these are friendships that'll last a lifetime. So best place, best people, as Roman says.
We love having you out here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for James Sprague.
Appreciate
man,
you.
brother.
James Spray giving himself a fighting chance heading into the 5th and final event to get himself back to the CrossFit Games to defend his championship. We will take about a 30-minute break. When we return, spots to the games are on the line. $3,000 of Rich Froning's money is on the line.
Dang it.
So stick around, everybody, as we conclude the 2025 Mayhem Classic. The 2025 Mayhem Classic is brought to you by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet. By Northern Spirit, the official partner of Mayhem Europe. By Frog Grips, the grippiest grips in the world. And by the City of Cookeville, a natural fit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we've told you, this is obviously the house that Rich built, but the heart and soul of Mayhem is arguably this man right here, our COO and our competition director, Josh Malone. He is the man that has the biggest heart for fitness, I guarantee you, and he's one of the hardest working men in fitness. But Josh, I want to ask you, it doesn't just stop with you, right? There's a whole team of people, an amazing community that we've got going here.
No, and you've got to give me the over-under for when I'm going to cry, because when I talk about the community, it always happens. Everything here is not possible because of my efforts. It's this entire group of people, and what you experience at Mayhem is because of the people it's made up of. I'm just the vehicle that if problems arise, then I'm there to solve those, but it's every single person that you see here in a staff shirt or a volunteer shirt that has been able to put on a world-class event that you won't be able to find anywhere else. And you got to give credit where credit is due, because Rory will never take credit himself, but he has been just as an integral part as anybody in this volunteer team. I've got to give it up to Laura, Andy, Goolsby, I've got Wayne, my wife, Katie over there. I've got Corey, Jeff, I've got Ty, Mel. I've got so many people here, and every single volunteer that you see here is a member at Mayhem. So our entire volunteer staff was consistent of that, and I can't thank these people enough for this, because it's my purpose is to serve, and all of these volunteers and all of these members allow me to do that and fulfill what I think the purpose for myself is, so that we can serve everyone else. So.
And 100 and God knows how many, probably 50 people that we've got going together. Laura probably has the list compiled. But this literally would not happen without these people and the other ones around the building who couldn't be here with us right now. So we want to give a shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. We love you very much.
The 2025 Mayhem Classic, presented by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-dense supplements on the planet. And we are down to the 5th and final event here in Cookeville, Tennessee. And we are glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Event number 5, not inspired by any past event, but just I think by one man's desire to watch people suffer.
People watch me suffer for years. It's your turn.
Pretty simple. 24 calories on the Echo Bike, bar muscle ups, and then we're going to close it out on the Echo Bike. It is a sprint to the finish here in Cookeville. All right, let's finish strong. Keys.
Come and take it. Come and take it, just like the Texas flag. Who wants it? Who wants it?
Yep, that's pretty simple. Controlled sprint to start, then don't look back. Control that sprint on the bike, be smart, and then
don't be smart, just go.
Once you're off,
shut it off.
Once you're on that second bike, there ain't no looking back. You better be pushing hard.
Man, and we're in a good spot. We got a couple spots that, you know, if people push hard enough, they could creep in here. So, man, this is perfect. This is
8 women
exactly what we wanted.
Will be on the competition floor, and one of those women, Alexis Raptis, she's in lane 6. Because of her 3rd place finish in the prior event, she moved all the way to 8th place. She's got 265 points. She's going to have to probably win this event and get a ton of help in the process, but
she could win
$3,000 a fighting chance. And yes, you win this event, you win $3,000.
And she could move herself up on the prize purse board as well. I actually don't know what the breakdown is, but I know we're giving away quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
So.
Your money.
My money.
More and more of your money on the line than before.
Yeah, if you weren't here for the beginning of the day, Rich made the announcement on our pre-show with a briefcase full of money.
It's a very emotional response.
If you win this event, you got $3,000 coming your way.
That was very emotional, you know, in the moment. I got caught up in the moment. That's why I don't
Well, we're glad you did.
Here we go.
They'll get a rep for every 6 calories they complete. So 4 reps total here on the bike, then 30 more scored reps on the bar muscle-ups, and then a final 4 reps. And don't forget, you got to get to the finish line too.
Yeah. We purposely put the bikes on the other end there just to see, we want to see some more memes. And
we want some more sniper memes.
We want some more sniper memes.
Oh, I'm so excited for that second bike, and man, that sprint to the end is going to be so good.
Let's look at Alexis Raptis through about 13 calories now.
This is a question. I mean, I think I know the answer to. Do you have to do the bar muscle-ups unbroken to win?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think you could, if you could do, you know, you start to slow down on the reps, you might be better off coming down real quick.
Okay,
I'd say 2 sets. I'd say it has to be 2 sets.
I felt really strongly about having to be unbroken. I don't think you're wrong, but we'll see.
There's only one way to find out, Angelo.
I think we might find out soon.
Alexis Raptis is off the bike. Judge's hand starting to go in the air now as Raptis is up on the bar for her set of 30 bar muscle-ups.
And a little bit of history. Alexis and I competed on the team series in 2016.
Wow.
With some synchro muscle-ups, so.
She beat you?
Well, I mean.
She's 6 in before anybody got off the bike. Nina's on now, 7.
Wow, yeah, she ain't looking back.
Vrgovic onto her bar muscle-ups.
Both those girls right in the middle are really good at bar muscle-ups.
Are onto that portion of the event. Anna Black is there as well. She's on the right side of your screen in the all red right next to Raptis, who just hopped off the bar. So 38 total repetitions in this event.
Oh yeah, this is exciting. I love watching people fight through those bar muscle-ups, especially with a little bit of fatigue before, but man, I mean, it's going to come down to that bike at the end and that sprint to the finish.
Yeah, we tried to make this as well-balanced as possible so no athlete could really run away with it. You know, it is a little bit heavily weighted, a little bit more heavily weighted to the bike. I won't say it's heavily weighted towards the bike, but
you can manage 1 less break or maybe even 2 less breaks on the muscle-ups. You can buy yourself some time for that second bike.
Raptis is inside 10 reps, now 9 reps to go. She's taking a break. Lindsay Lane and Vrgovic along with Hannah Black fighting for second place behind Alexis Raptis, who again put herself in 8th place overall, courtesy of a 3rd place finish in the prior event. It was the second, 3rd place finish of the competition.
You shall receive. Rory sent me the splits, and basically Alexis right now, if she's in 8th, was $1,000, but she could move up all the way up into like $3,000 or $4,000. So or $3,000 to $5,000.
Lindsay Lane had a really fast.
Yeah.
really fast cycle rate. She slowed down a little bit. Her cycle rate was super fast. Those muscle-ups, I'd like to see how much she caught up, and she has caught up a ton, up to Alexis, just a few reps back.
Yeah, Raptis is on her final now 3 reps, and then she'll head back to the bike.
Last rep here. Let's see what happens.
I wonder how much this has got it.
I wonder how much that legless fatigue is playing into the overall weekend fatigue.
Let's see. This is the point where I wanted to see them not look back, don't look around, just put your head down and push as hard as you possibly can on the bike. Get done. Don't worry about where everyone's at. You need to push. I don't care who you're racing. You're racing for the money right now.
Did you ever test this one?
We've done a version of this back in the day that I remember. It was, I think it was 40 calories, maybe 25 or 30 bar muscle ups, and then same calories in the bike. So I don't know that I've tested this exact rep scheme, but I remember us doing this workout.
I feel like Black onto the bike, guys, and Lindsay Lane as well.
I feel like in the barn, old barn, Dad's barn, me and Hobart did a version of like 20 cals on the assault bike.
Okay.
20 bar or ring muscle ups from the short straps, and then 20 cals. I think we did a rest and then did it twice or something like that. So that's kind of where this inspiration came from. I do believe it was the old assault bike counter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Raptis inside 5 calories to go, looking to win the heat.
That was the sliver rings.
Yeah. Oh, man, these girls are pushing hard.
2 calories left for Raptis.
There we go.
Let's see this dismount.
It's about to get exciting.
See this dismount.
Has to work her way across the finish line, and Alexis Raptis, for the second straight time, is going to take the opening heat.
Love it. Look at Nina cranking into that bike.
She is really pushing into it. Hannah Black pushing hard as well. Man, these girls are in a race right now.
Hannah Black has about 10 calories to go. Again, you get 1
Got a
rep
hand up for Nina.
for every 6 calories. So
Man,
Black
Nina
is
held
now
her
inside
own.
5 to go.
Rory called it earlier. He was her kind of, she was his dark horse.
Dragovic is off.
Taking some spots, little that pain face.
Not much
Shuffle.
left.
Dragovic makes the touch, 5:10.67 seconds. Hannah Black is off the bike. And that will close out her 2025 Mayhem Classic.
I need to see a couple people get off the bike at the exact same time. That's
Lane
really
is
what I need
done.
to see. Yeah, Lindsay Lane finishing up.
You can't see it on the floor right now, but this was the intent we were going for. A bunch of bodies laid out.
Shelby Neal, your leader on the floor. Kiara Miller. Paige Powers and Campos all still working as Neal is heading to the finish.
This is one of those workouts that has to be tested in competition.
Yes.
You can't test
You
it
can't, no. You
at
can't
the house. I mean,
mimic
you
it.
can mail this in so easily.
This would have been a great one for Sam to test. Demeester.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
He can
Sammy.
rip the bike.
Yeah, but it's just not going to be the same. You know,
No.
you like, oh, you know, that's a good time, and then you come out here and these guys are, especially when you throw some money down on the floor.
Oh, yes. Some weird things starting to happen.
Final rep for Miller. She'll work her way across the finish line. I got to give the judges credit here. They've been great all weekend long. Hands in the air, counting down reps. Fantastic job.
AFJ, we've
from
shouted
the
them out a
judges.
couple times, but man, it's they're an awesome traveling group. Tight-knit community within the community.
Yeah, they can't see the finish line, but someone cue the bodies hit the floor song.
Yeah.
Well, Victoria Campos looks to be the next woman done, as Paige Powers is also on the bike for the final time. Powers inside 5 calories, now 4 left for her. And Campos has finished up. Paige Powers has 2 calories remaining, and then we will be done with the first of 2 heats here in the final event for the women. Paige has a lot to be proud about.
Yeah.
Here on this weekend.
They were actually asking down there if we knew anybody that could give her an IV. She could probably use
really?
one, yeah.
Alexis Raptis, for the second straight
kidding.
event, takes the opening heat. 4:41.24 seconds. She'll have to wait and see what happens here in the second and final heat.
All right, time to beat right now is
4:41.24 seconds.
Who's gonna do it?
Raptis, I mean, she led pretty much from the beginning off the bike and got started on the muscle up. She's a very good gymnast and just moved super well on the bar, and then got back on the bike. And just like I said, she didn't really look around, didn't care about who was going to try to chase her down. She just got on there and started sprinting, and it was a great effort from her.
all those girls ripping on the bike. That's amazing to see. It's exactly what we wanted out of this event. And then the run to the finish line. Hopefully we get 2 people racing next to each other. And yeah, that shuffle to the finish line is awesome.
Alexis Raptis takes the heat. Nina Vergovich will take second place, followed by Hannah Black and Lindsay Lane. And Nina Vergovich has been a great story all weekend. Like Dante from Clerks, wasn't even supposed to be here. And now she gets a chance to talk with Bella Martin.
Nina, your competition weekend is over. You seem emotional. Tell me what's going through your mind, what's going through your heart. You just completed your semifinal here at home at CrossFit Mayhem.
It's such an honor, man. I love this place. Brought here by God about 2 years ago and met the best people, best environment. I'm just so grateful, and my coach Dom has brought me to where I am today and shaped me, and it's really cool to be out here.
You're not new to competition. You've been in the semifinal level before, but this weekend, breakout performances. You are meant to be here. Do you believe in yourself now? I know your coach Dom does. I know the entire Mayhem team does. Do you believe in yourself now?
I sure do. I sure do. There's definitely moments of doubt that creep in, as always, but there's moments like this and through the weekend that you're like, you know what, like, yeah, I'm hanging with Alexis and it's sick. It's just really cool, and yeah, I do.
Nina, we're proud of you. Congratulations on a heat win. We'll see if the time, or second in the heat, we'll see if the time stands. Congratulations.
Gotta make you proud.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool to hear. You know, I see Nina every day, you know, and you don't really know what's going on because there's so many people here and so many athletes and such cool stories, and it's cool to hear those things. And man, we do have just a good community here, and man, that's awesome. It's proud to have her represent and wear the brand. It's that cool T-shirt right there. So she did awesome. Super proud of her.
One heat down, one heat remains before we know who we will send to the CrossFit Games on the women's side from the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Quick break, we'll be back with the final heat for the women. Two spots to the CrossFit Games and $3,000 of Rich Froning's money on the line here in the second and final heat of the last event of the 2025 Mayhem Classic.
Get Matt Torres out of the shot. George, get him out of here.
Thanks for staying with us here on Sunday, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico, and you mentioned it in heat number one, Rich, but this one's going to be a lot of fun. Reason being is that there's a lot riding on it. When you look at the overall standings, B. Sagafi's your overall leader with 325 points. Abby Domick currently sits in second, but there are a lot of women well within striking distance.
Man, I didn't even need to put out $6,000. Gosh, I just wanted to.
That was an emotional choice.
You know, it was an emotion. I got
and we're all better for it. So
you're
thank
welcome.
you.
Yep. Everybody, you can Venmo me.
Well, you remember Rocky 3 and Mr. T when they asked him for his prediction for tonight's fight. He just looked right in the camera and said, pain.
This is it. This
is a really good way to sum up event number 5. Echo bike calories, bar muscle ups, and then we're finishing on the bike, and then you get to sprint across the finish line at the very end. Let's talk keys for event number 5.
I mean, it's who wants it, but it's come and take it, you know? Like I said it earlier, Texas flag, come and take it.
Yeah, controlled sprint, then don't look back. control that sprint on the first bike and then hang out with the top girls. And then once you get on the bike, I want you to put the blinders on then and blast it. I don't care where everyone else is at. Just blast that last bike. Try to win it by a mile.
Yeah, so Fee's got a lead here, about 15 points. We'll see.
10 women will be on the competition floor. Overall leaders in lanes 5 and 6. Fee Sagafi with 325 points is 30 clear of Emily Rolfe, who sits in 3rd place. So Rolfe needs to beat both Sagafi and Domit and get some people between the two of them in the process.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be interesting.
And really, Domit is the one who is closest to Emily Rolfe. Domit with only a 15-point cushion on the woman from Canada.
Yeah, she kind of knows what she needs to do here. She needs to push that bike both times and then just watch the girls around her and keep some distance.
Canada, eh?
These girls are off. It looks like Emily Rolfe was pushing hard to start.
When we pop the scoreboard up, the athletes will get 1 credited rep for every 6 calories. 38 total repetitions in this event, plus the run to the finish.
My bias is showing, but Haley's angry, so let's see what goes on here. And hey, don't count out Andrea. She is a demon on that bike.
I have vivid memories of you guys doing partner workouts and her holding the same pace as you on the Echo bike.
Yes. And I'm not bad at an Echo bike.
No, not at all.
Actually looking down at us for not holding her pace.
Yeah. Same pace pretty much for all the leaders here. Abby Domit with a slight lead as her judge's hand is in the air first. She is inside 6 calories to go.
And a lot of these girls just attacking that first bike. It's amazing to see. I hope they continue to attack all through the bar muscle-ups.
Haley's 5.
Domit, the first woman off now. Fee Sagafi right behind her.
That's big.
And now Emily Rolfe is 3rd.
Fee has a black tutu on today. She had a blue tutu yesterday.
Inverted
I talked to her in the back, and she
tutu.
She liked me talking about the tutu. Now it's a black tutu today.
4 women onto the bar muscle-ups as Manon Anganese was next, and now Nisler and Adams are there as well. Colin Brander getting started on her set of 30. Claudia Gluck and Semenza now as every woman onto the middle part of this event. 30 bar muscle-ups.
This is what we wanted to see. Fee coming down for some chalk here.
All of the ladies on the bar muscle-ups right now. I have a feeling that if we get all the guys in the bar muscle-ups at the same time, we could see that rig maybe come down.
If Royce is up there with his 400-pound frame, it's coming down.
Genuine rig shaker is Royce Dunn. He will definitely test the tensile strength of your steel out there.
Capacity.
So Abby Domit is now your leader. She's got 12 reps remaining here on the bar muscle-up. So looking to keep herself inside a qualifying spot. The time to beat belongs to Alexis Raftis. That's in the upper right-hand part of your screen, 4:41.24 seconds.
Fee doing what she needed to. We did talk about before it came on about she is a little bit of a smaller athlete, so we didn't know what would happen on that bike. But man, she hammered that first bike.
She hammered the first bike, and I have a feeling that she's going to hang on to that. The bar muscle-ups would be good for her, and then again, she needs to get on that bike and just not even look around much. Just get on there and rip it. You can't really tell where everyone's calories are at. Just start ripping.
So Domit now has 5 reps remaining. She continues to lead. Gluck and Rolfe and Anganese have all moved ahead of Sagafi.
Definitely the sets are getting smaller and smaller. The closer we get to that 30, it's really going to be a game of chess on the muscle-ups. You time it just right, get off, and get to that bike and start pushing.
Emily Rolfe has
couple ladies.
1 rep remaining on her bar muscle-ups as Domit and Gluck onto the bike at the same time. Now here comes Emily Rolfe, who slipped getting on. Domit and Gluck have already started. Rolfe is in 3rd. Sagafi is still working through her bar muscle-ups.
This is big, though, because if she gets a lot of spots in between.
Yeah, points going to start to shuffle around a lot.
Getting 1 rep for every 6, so 38. Whoever gets to 38 first on the scoreboard gets to head across the finish line first. Domit and Gluck are neck and neck, followed closely by Emily Rolfe. Rolfe may be gaining ground.
She is moving on that bike. It looks like the other girls have slowed down just a touch. Abigail Doman takes a peek over at Rolf's pace.
Anganese is onto the bike. This is big. Is now Sagafi
just now getting to the bike. Haley's about to get on the bike.
And Stanley are
Andrea's going to be there.
Here comes Haley Adams.
Here we go.
Judge's hand in the air for Paige Semenza. She's closing things out.
Oh,
Gluck, Doman, and Rolf are all in the back half here of this 24-calorie ride. Judge's hand in the air for Emily Rolf.
Here we go.
As she is taking the lead here. She has now 1 calorie remaining.
There it is.
Emily Rolf, right side of the screen is off. Emily Rolf is going to take the event, cut a check for $3 grand
there you go.
to Emily Rolf.
Going to Canada,
and she may
gonna have to pay a tariff
be
on
earning
that
a spot to the games depending on what happens here. Now here
Gluck.
comes Gluck. Now remember, Rapis' time is going to play in here. Doman is in. That's now 3 people between Rolf and Sagafi. She needs, I think Rolf needs more help here. We'll have to see.
Anganese here.
Manon Anganese's Judge's hand is in the air.
Oh, Fees is in the air.
Judge's hand there for Sagafi. 3 calories down, 2 remains for Sagafi. 3 left for Sagafi as Anganese is out, and that may be enough for Emily Rolf. Rolf came in 30 points back.
Let's go see him.
Of Sagafi. Sagafi's in. Rolf is in. It's going to be close, but I don't know if Sagafi did enough to hold off Emily Rolf when you factor in everything that happened in the prior heat. Now here comes Caroline Stanley.
We got just a few girls left, all working on the bike.
Man.
Looks like Andrea Nissler is going to be the next one done. She runs the finish line.
I have no idea.
No, I have no idea.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close. And here comes Colin Brander.
Hey, if you guys want me to figure out the math for you, just let me know.
Please do.
Angelo, please, go ahead.
Angelo, math, now.
Yeah. All right. I have no idea.
You don't have enough fingers.
No idea.
Count
Let
them
me use
toes.
your toes. Give me your toes.
Paige Semenza will come in now to close things out for the women. And now it's all about adding up some
now
numbers.
It's about math. That's why we go to math, kids.
Well, Emily Rolf gets the event win, but did she get enough help in the process?
That was incredible. And then again, the body's just hitting the floor after that. It's so fun to see.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
You love to watch it and you hate to be in it.
Well, Abby Doman was the first woman off the bike and onto the bar muscle-up. She was followed closely by Claudia Gluck, and then Emily Rolf was third, and she had a little bit of a stumble as she got onto the bike, but it didn't cost her.
Man, she was
able to make up some ground.
That was awesome.
She just got on that bike and then did it. I did notice a couple girls looking around a little bit, but Rolf looked like she just dug her head down, and she's like, I don't think anyone's catching me on this bike. I'm just going to push. And then that's exactly what happened.
I love it when a plan comes together, Angelo.
Hannibal Smith, nice job.
Yeah, we're sick and twisted.
Yeah. That's an A-team reference. Kids, ask your parents. Emily Rolf, $3,000 richer at least as she picks up the event win. 4:25.27 seconds. Gluck, Doman, Raptis, Anganese, and then Sagafi. So it's going to be close, but Fee Sagafi may have done enough to keep herself inside one of those 2 qualifying spots. Let's go down to the floor.
Oh, the math. Where's Zach Galifianakis?
Emily Rolf.
He bankrupted the casino, and he was never mind.
With Bella Martin.
Emily, you are almost officially $4,200 richer. Not often do events pay out by event, especially at a semifinal level. Was that adding a little bit of fuel to the fire going into the final of the weekend?
You know what? No, I didn't even think of the money, to be honest. It was just, I'm going in third place, and I didn't want to come out in third place. I might have, but I gave it everything I had.
Well, we don't know about the points just yet. Angelo couldn't do the math quick enough for me, and I'm not good at math. But tell me about your experience this weekend. Was this the semifinal, the beginning of the season that you were hoping for, coming off of your awesome open performance?
Yeah, for sure. This, I've never been to Mayhem, and this venue's awesome. The crowd is awesome. It's been a really fun weekend.
We're happy to have you. Congratulations almost officially on making a little bit more money this weekend. We'll see how the points stack up. Emily, congratulations. Thank you.
Emily Rolf picks up the event win, but
she doesn't want my money.
She
just said it.
Maybe you cannot write that check.
I'm not writing the check. I'm keeping it.
Yeah, I think she might.
Said it.
She'll probably be up here in a few minutes and say, hey, I'm sorry. I take that back. I'll take
Give me
your money.
my money.
We're going to take a quick break. Stand by for math. When we return, we'll figure out who's heading from Cookeville, Tennessee to Albany, New York in the 2025 CrossFit Games.
Man, that was awesome.
Oh, I'm turning around. Hey, we're hanging out here in the Frog Grips booth, obviously. They were the once banned grips, but now they're unbanned. And I mean, these are legit. This is the Elite Grip, no chalk.
No chalk.
But they
They're
got something
pretty
for
sticky.
everybody. Everybody's got something.
I mean,
I'm going to
yeah.
drop down.
You can drop down. I'm gonna keep holding on. You can't see my feet from here. Bro, I love these grips. They're the stickiest ones I've ever used, but I also kind of can be a chalk monster at times. So I've got both in my personal arsenal.
You're just showing off now.
I got my feet still on the ground. Guys, if you didn't make it out to Cookeville and you're not planning on going to Australia anytime soon, you can still get your hands on these. You can go to froggrips.com.au, use code Mayhem25, and you can be hanging like me. Don't look at my feet. Just keep hanging.
All right, you get down. You make me nervous. We are now going to speak to the man behind Frog Grips. We call him the Frog Daddy. Is that fair? Can we call you Frog Daddy?
Yeah, I once had a name, but now it's Frog Daddy, yeah.
Sean Coote. Hey, the first thing we got to say is, you guys are half a world away in Australia, but it was even harder for you guys to get here. Tell me a little bit about the story of just coming here to the Mayhem Classic.
It's been pretty crazy, to be honest. So about 34 hours travel to get here, first of all. We've had tornado warnings, which was new for us, and then also a bit of a battle with customs. So huge shout out to Rogue and Dave Castro as well for helping out with that and helping us get through. Everything arrived actually an hour before comp kicked off, which is amazing how that even happened. I don't know. We managed to pull it off, which is great.
I'm a new convert to the grips, but Bella's got a lot of experience. You got some favorites, right? But Sean's going to show us everything we got here.
Yeah, so essentially a hallmark product, and the one that's obviously world famous at the moment is the Elite Grips range for that extra grip that's really going to change the game for you. And then if you're more into the chalk and you can't get away from the bucket, then we do have the base grips and also the fiber grips as well. So we have options for everybody. Thicker wrist straps, thinner wrist straps, finger holes, fingerless. So any style of grip you like to go with, we like to think we can cover it.
Yeah. We said it before, we'll say it again. This event is not possible without these guys coming and supporting it. So you guys show your support. I swear to you, they're the grippiest grips that I've ever tried before. They're like, stick to his shirt, all right? So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for watching. Let's support Frog Grips. Nailed it.
The women are done, and we are going to make the final announcement as to who is going to the CrossFit Games after the men conclude their competition. So definitely want to stick around for that, and they're actually still calculating the scores here.
We got someone tied up in the basement, just running numbers
Crunching
right now.
numbers.
Thanks for staying with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico, and we are set for the 5th and final event, which is just who wants to hurt the most here.
Like lambs led to slaughter right there as they came out. They're ready. Yep, here we go. 30 cows for the men, 30 bar muscle-ups, 30 cows. Gonna hurt.
Couldn't be simpler. Let's talk keys.
Keys. I got some money. Come and take it.
Yeah, these guys need to they need a sprint, but they need to be somewhat controlled in that first bike.
Nope,
But
just sprint it. Do it, let's see it.
That second bike needs to be a full throttle sprint, 100% everything they got.
Give it all you got.
Give it all you got.
Lane assignments for the first of 2 heats here. Sam Cornway is coming off a performance that moved him into 10th place overall in the prior event when he took 4th out of heat number 1. He will be in lane number 4.
Good echo biker here, good with gymnastics. Likes to hurt, so he likes money too, so maybe,
Yeah,
you know?
maybe the money will help him.
Maybe another Canadian will take some money from us.
Oh,
And
man.
speaking of a guy who can probably do some damage on
he's
a
gonna
bike,
eat this bike.
425-pound Royce Dunn.
Man, he's creeping up on 500 pounds, I think.
I think when he sits on the bike, it's just going to crumble underneath him.
He's got an adamantium skeleton. Got the little Wolverine haircut going on.
I was going to say, like from a distance, you can just kind of see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would even want to get on a bike.
Did you see that bike just fold? It almost broke. Oh, look at that. Royce is sending it. I love it.
There it is.
Royce wants to pay for his flight home.
Yep.
And for his meal.
The 1 calorie for every 6 reps. So 5 scored reps each time they're on the bike.
I don't know if $3,000 will actually buy a full meal for him. Just maybe the appetizer.
An hors d'oeuvre. Howard d'oeuvres.
Luke, a little more paced than I thought. Not to say he's not sprinting.
No, but you remember
I
last
remember
year?
at semifinals last year where he...
Luke, hey, we need you to, all you have to do is not screw up. And Luke tried to win the event. The
on the
echo
first bike.
Lunge, or bar muscle up lunge, right?
Muscle up lunge.
Yeah. And he got to failure on the lunges. It was not good.
2 judges' hands in the air. Royce Dunn and in lane number 9, Augustin Riquelme.
I want to see
the
these
first
guys.
man off, followed by Dunn and now Riquelme.
Lukey P about to get off the
Spencer
bike.
Patrick's done.
Sam.
Seth Stovall.
All right. A little bit different for the guys, too. So the bar muscle-ups should be in a little bit smaller sets, maybe a little quicker. But who knows?
Yeah, that rig is shaking right now.
Oh
for
my
sure.
gosh. It's coming down. It's time for it to come down anyway. Yeah, Royce started out super hot, got that thing going, moving, and then kind of cruised it. So maybe that was his game plan here, which, hey, let's do it. Let's see it.
I'm really interested to see if we had anyone break yet.
Not yet. Don't be the first one.
It always sucks to be that first one to make the break. You're like, ah, man.
Got Seth there.
Okay,
moving
Sam's
well.
taking a break. Spencer Panchy taking a break.
Let's go. I want to see Royce go.
Well, Farlow's got
Slow
10
down a
reps
little bit.
remaining now. He's your leader in this first of 2 heats.
All these guys really going for it.
He's on his haunches in the middle of your screen, chalking up his hands as Jack Farlow. Riquelme's right behind him.
Sam Cornway turns over those muscle-ups so fast. I'm really excited to see once these guys finish ripping through these bar muscle-ups what they're going to do to that second bike when they have nothing else ahead of them except for a run to the finish.
Oh, look at Farlow there in the middle. He was the first onto the bar.
They're really
Luke.
taking shots at it.
Luke going for it. It's 4 reps to go.
Farlow's got 4 remaining, as does Parker. Nathan Sellis with 5 left. Stovall closing out his set.
Here we go. Luke's going for it.
I'm not sure that I've seen Luke come down.
I like it, Luke.
Oh, here
Luke
we
Parker,
go.
no
Let's see.
shirt on, black shorts, hangs on. He's out of the bike.
Can he make himself $3,000 richer?
Judah needs a new something. Yeah, there we go. Oh,
Seth Stovall's moved into second ahead of Jack Farlow, who's now in third place.
Side bet, I did tell Ben to tell Seth, if he won this event in a Mayhem Hunt shirt, he'd get an extra $1,000. Man,
you just give it away.
I don't know, it gets too emotional today, you know?
We just want a good show. We just want a good show.
For the people, you know,
Yeah.
for the people, for the kids.
Well, 40 reps is the number they need to hit. One rep for every 6 calories.
This is
Parker
awesome.
and Farlow are your leaders. They're going back and forth.
This is what I wanted to see.
Seth Stovall's close as well. Don't forget about Benita Sellis. He's down in lane number 2.
Sellis.
He's on the far now left side of your screen.
The tempo is for sure picking up there. Look at Luke Parker. Look at him.
Oh,
he is ripping on the bike. Farlow takes the lead. Oh, it's going to be
full
close.
send, hands in the air for Farlow.
He takes it. Ripped the bike and
Jack
he caught
Farlow
up.
is going to win heat number 1. Parker's off second. Stovall looks to be the third man done. Stovall is off.
Oh, man.
And he is
so good.
What kind of run was that?
Oh, no. He get his head on the barricade.
I was about to say, did he just hit his head? Is he dead? No, he's good.
He's moving around. Yeah, he's still moving.
He's just hacking on the
Raquel
bone.
May's done. Judge's hand in the air for Royce
He's
Dunn.
got it
Dunn's
up.
off the bike as well.
Oh, look at the run from Royce. That's so good. Oh, it's incredible.
Little did we know we'd have comedy as well.
Benita Sellis
that's what we
is
wanted.
coming across the finish line.
That's what you like to see.
That Judge's hand in the air in lane 4 for COMM-MAYHEM. Spencer Panchik just about done as well. COMM-MAYHEM closing out his competition.
Spencer Panchik's in. Oh, it's so good. I did just get a text. Jess texted me and said that we did do this workout. Bike, bar muscle up bike, 40 or 30 cal bike, 20 bar muscle up, 40 or 30 cal bike.
Oh, so, Jess Hunsucker?
Oh, Hunsucker.
Oh, contributing to the show, Jess.
Yeah, so this was 2017 maybe we've done this. So this workout has been around for a while.
Who knew? There was some history. Imagine all the workouts we've done. This one creeps in there
almost,
somewhere.
Yeah.
Kale Lehman trying to finish up his event. He's got 6 reps left of the bar muscle ups.
Yeah, we noticed the blood on his shirt in the last event. I think that was from, Rich mentioned it was maybe from the rope. So he might be feeling a little bit of rope burn on that bar muscle up right now, which cannot feel good. Hopefully he can still get his rod out later this week and get some fishing.
Get some flick the wrist.
Yeah, probably won't feel as good.
Ripping lips.
Ripping lips, nice.
Interesting choice of attire here in our gym. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. 3 reps for Kale.
He's got to get back on the bike and complete those 30 calories. Less than 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
Kale Lehman, 5th in the open, huh? That's impressive.
Very impressive.
The first time he's competed beyond quarterfinals.
This is a cool place to come for your first event.
Absolutely.
I know I'm biased, but.
No, you're not. Oh, we got a lot of bodies down there.
Oh, it's so good. The finish line is a beautiful thing.
It's a piece of
masterpiece.
I think Royce Dunn dented the floor.
Now we're gonna have to fix the concrete.
Just scoop that guy up with a forklift.
Get a dozer, Caterpillar.
All I can see of Seth from our little crow's nest is his Vans. He is moving, though.
He is
Just
moving.
for anyone worried if he hit his head on the barricade, he's moving. Not much.
Don't worry,
Not
pretty boy
very
is still
much.
pretty. Oh, Cali boy.
The bun saved his head.
Yeah.
How many times you call him Sunshine?
A lot. Yeah.
Sunshine.
Sunshine. He's barely
There he is. He looks. Oh man, there's no soul behind those eyes right now.
These eyes.
Oh man.
Are crying.
That's
going
so
way back.
awesome.
Super bad.
Well, there's a man right now who has the best time.
looks
That's Jack
fine.
Farlow.
He's not from Plymouth,
Lehman
is
looks
he?
like he's going to get in inside the time cap. He's got 2 calories to go. close things out for Kale. It's Jack Farlow, 3:47.33 seconds.
Somebody get a stretcher for Seth. Get him out of here. We got to keep this
Let's
thing
have to
going.
roll him off the floor. He got helped up from Cornwall.
Oh, yes. Sorry, we just ruined the highlight here. Royce hopping off the bike, hammered that bike. Jack Farlow, man, almost I think led.
Yeah, really good. He did.
Yeah.
He got challenged here at the end because Luke Parker.
Luke and Seth, man, they
with
sold
the plaid.
it. Look, Seth's getting help off the floor right now.
Oh, it's so good. I love to see it.
Farlow off first, makes the sprint. Now he will wait and see if he's going to be going home with a $3,000 check from Rich Froning.
Yep.
3:47.33 seconds for
that's
Jack
awesome.
Farlow. Luke Parker was about 4 seconds back of him, followed by Seth Stovall. Those three athletes going sub-4. And then McKelmy and Big Royce Dunn.
Royce
pushing 500 pounds. Finishes in 5th. Jack Farlow's with Rory McKernan.
Well, Jack, you waited till late to take your big swing, but it paid off, man. And I feel so bad because it looks like it's just getting worse and worse by the minute. How you feeling?
Yeah, felt really sucky finishing, and then that's just the beginning of the pain for this one. So, yeah, feeling it right now.
Well, you're a very young man amongst lots of veteran athletes. How's your experience been this weekend?
Oh, unbelievable. I grew up seeing this facility and buildings and watching Rich on Mondays and looking forward to these videos. So to be here and actually competing in this space is just unbelievable.
Love it, love it. And maybe it doesn't have an implication on the standings per se, but the possibility of winning $3,000, you think that time's going to hold up?
I don't know. There's some big dogs coming in here, but at least I have a shot, right? So I wanted to finish the weekend on a high. I feel like I can hang with the top guys, but I'm just not quite there yet. So really thought about that in that last bike, just to end on a good note.
You certainly can, and you certainly did. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Farlow.
3:47.33 seconds for Jack Farlow. Takes heat number 1 when we return. The final heat for the men. Can the Iron Hog and the Rabbit hang on to those qualifying spots?
It's a Chinese New Year.
Who wants to go to the CrossFit Games? It's time to close out the 2025 Mayhem Classic from Cookeville, Tennessee. Just one heat remains in what has been a fantastic competition here, and we are glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland, Rich Froning, and Angelo DeChico. Final heat, we'll do it live.
Cook Vegas, Tennessee, Cook Vegas. We'll do it live.
Overall standings, it's Hatfield and Mertens still on top. Hatfield looks pretty safe. Mertens has got some work to do. He's got Jason Hopper in 3rd place, 35 points back. Sprague and Krennikov all have a chance as well. Nick Matthew is going to need some help.
Those are not the 3 guys you want chasing you on a huge Echo Bike workout.
Angelo, congratulations on not using the F-bomb the entire weekend.
Well done,
Good
man.
job.
Thank you. Wow.
You've been a shining star.
I mean,
on
there's
this
still
weekend.
hope. There's still hope for this last heat. Something
There's
crazy
one
could happen.
as soon as it's over.
All right, let's talk keys here one more time.
All right, come and take it. Who wants it? I think there's a couple guys that want it in here.
Jack Farlow wanted it.
He wanted it. I
he
love
still
it.
wants it, so hopefully he can keep it if his time stands. And Yeah, I mean, these guys, they need to control the sprint a little bit, but we got some heavy hitters there. Their controlled sprint looks a lot like my all-out sprint. And their all-out sprint is even more than that.
10 men on the floor here for the second and final heat. Overall leaders in lanes 5 and 6. Mertens is the marked man right now as he's trying to hold off Jason Hopper, who is 35 points back of him. So Hopper needs to get some people between himself and Colton Mertens to take that second qualifying spot away from the Iron Hog.
I know there's some big dogs behind him, but it is really hard to count him out, especially when he's angry and he wants to qualify. He missed qualifying last year, and he's kind of here to make a statement. It was a somewhat similar event that actually ended up keeping him out, a couple no reps. So we'll see if he can turn the tides for himself.
Meanwhile, Jason Hopper is the man who's trying to chase down
the fastest man on the Echo bike.
And he's never met an Echo bike he did not like.
Yes.
He was pretty upset ours were dirty. His hands were dirty.
Oh, yeah. I said, dude, it's a barn. What do you expect?
He said, I'm a city boy.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
Feel
the wind up here.
3 seconds is the time to beat, and there goes Jason Hopper taking a look over to his left to try to see, I think it was
Roman.
What Nick Matthews doing.
Don't count Roman out
Roman
here.
Krennikov is
we could have just
away
hooked
as well.
these bikes up to some type of power grid.
Yeah, you could have powered Cookeville for a little bit.
We could have, you know.
This whole heat for sure.
We're all about eco-friendly here, and man, we could have just.
Judges hand in the air for Krennikov already.
Are you kidding me?
Final calorie for Roman Krennikov. He's done.
What do you think of that?
Hand in the air for Hopper. He'll be the second man off. Hopper looking over at Nick Matthews. I think he might be trying to see Mertens' screen as well.
Okay.
Roman is no slouch on the bar muscle-ups either.
Now
His
Hopper's
grip is
done.
incredible.
Judges hand in the air for Hatfield.
Colton's right there,
Mayeros
too.
Oh, man.
And Spray.
Well done.
We're keeping it on as now Mertens has finished up.
Wow.
That's big
That's
for
big.
Colton, right next to Austin Hatfield.
He hops up just before James Sprague and Guy Malieros, and Sprague
Man, look how narrow
is not the guy. Sprague is not the guy I want right behind me when I'm jumping up on the bar muscle-ups, knowing there's a bike coming up, a hard bike coming up.
Mertens is doing some great work here. He's right now in third place in the heat. If he just can stay there, he should be okay.
Fine, yeah.
Oh, man. Roman still looks so good. He's still leading. Man, he's going to be hard to catch if he can hang on to these muscle-ups. He moves so well.
35 is the number they got to hit before they go back to the bike. Krennikov has 10 reps remaining. Mertens is taking a break. He's in third place. Hopper's got a couple rep lead on Mertens. Now Hopper's got to stop the gas here and hope he gets some help in the process to try to erase that 35-point deficit that he has to Colton Mertens. And there is Jason Hopper.
Hatfield down. Mertens still hanging on.
Colton
Mertens has moved into second place. And what an effort from Colton Mertens, who's now taking a break. Krennikov into his final 5 reps.
3 reps for Roman.
This is about to be
This is what we wanted to see.
Now Krennikov was 40 back.
He did 30 seconds on that first one. I want to see what he does here.
Oh, my goodness.
Not a hand in there. We got a hand in the air for Colton.
Krennikov is done.
Roman's
done.
Hatfield. We're going to see Hatfield and Mertens back and forth, but I think Roman's got it.
Hopper's taking a break. Mertens with just now 1 rep to go.
Oh, man.
And Colton Mertens onto the bike with Austin Hatfield.
Man, we might see this. This will be a good battle at the games.
This is going to be great.
Fun.
Hopper another break. He's got 2 reps to go. It could be smooth sailing now for Mertens and Hatfield. Mertens has just got to not blow up right now.
I think he'll be all right.
Mayero's on the bike. Sprague on the bike.
Roman
Here comes
knows
Hopper.
He's got it. He wants
40
that money,
reps.
though. Roman
Whoever
likes
gets
money.
to 40 first is going to win the event.
Oh, my God.
Krennikov has 12 calories left.
I think Farlow's time's done.
Hand in the air for Roman. 4 calories remaining.
There it is.
Well, you're not going to have to send that check very far, Rich, because Roman Krennikov takes the event. 3:17 and change for Roman Krennikov. 3:18.92 officially. But Colton Mertens and Austin Hatfield look like they're going to hang on to the top 2 spots here.
Oh, Sprague, a late push. Oh, we got our Sprague here.
Hand in the air for Hatfield and Mertens.
Oh, and Sprague is off.
Mertens.
He's off right behind him.
It's just about done. Guy is done, and here comes Colton Mertens. Colton Mertens maybe heading
Hatfield's
to Albany.
like, nah,
Austin
good.
Hatfield is in.
Love it.
great effort from Colton Mertens.
Incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
Hand in the air for Jason Hopper. You take a look at Jorge Fernandez. Hopper is off, and he will move across the finish line. Now, there are some times in the prior heat they're going to factor in here, but remember, Farlow won that heat at 3:47.33 seconds, so Mertens is going to finish fourth in the event.
But still,
Mertens and Hatfield looking like they're going to clinch.
Roman was at 290 points, so
he was 40 points back.
Ooh.
I don't think that
I don't
he's
think
going to do
enough.
enough.
He needed 8 spots, but man,
As
made it tight.
Matthews in. And Rosema's across, and that will do it for the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Roman Krennikov is $3,000 richer.
You know he likes that.
3:18.92 seconds. Finished those first 30 calories in 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Get out of here with that.
Holy crap.
Oh, man. Yeah. He got off
That
to a
was
lead,
awesome.
and then he just kept hammering.
Jason Hopper, went out super fast. You can see him. He's third from
the look
camera,
on Hopper's
but
face,
Roman
they didn't catch
Krennikov.
it. When he saw Roman get off the bike, the look of like, well, never mind.
That happened. But how about Colton Mertens? You mentioned it, Angelo. Similar event last year. On the bike, keeps him out. This event probably gets him in.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, great effort all weekend. And then especially on this, the bunch of big boys chasing you on the Echo bike. It's not a great place to be. And he executed exactly what he needed to do.
3:18.92 seconds for Roman Krennikov, his first event win of the competition. James Sprague is going to take second place. He had a great day too. Mayeros, Mertens, and Farlow rounding out the top 5. Rory McKernan is with Roman Krennikov.
But I've got him, but he's coming. He's coming around. Roman Krennikov, what an amazing finish.
Thank you, guys. I finished like fast because you support me so much. Thank you.
Roman, you had the opportunity to do the Open here, and now you've competed in front of this crowd for an in-person qualifying event. What do you love about competing here at Mayhem?
Hey, CrossFit. Next year, we need to do CrossFit Games in the Cookville.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, give some love to Roman Krennikov.
Yeah, Roman knows he's got that $3,000 coming. Maybe just hand him the briefcase, see if he notices.
He won't notice. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, we're going to take a quick break.
His 15.
When we come back, we will officially name the 4 athletes who will be the first 4 to earn a ticket to the 2025 CrossFit Games in Albany, New York. Stay with us, everybody. 2 days of competition and 5 exciting events are in the books here at the first in-person qualifying event for the 2025 CrossFit Games. The Mayhem Classic is done, and Sean Woodland with Angelo DeChico. Rich Froning's down on the competition floor. We'll hear from him in just a second. But Angelo, I know you had a little bit of a hand in helping program these events, and you have an idea, I think, when you do it about how is it going to play out, and how did it play out versus how you thought it would play out?
Yeah, I mean, it played out really well. We had the fit people do well. You know, that's what we want in a CrossFit event. We had the fit people do well, and I mean, they got to show off in all kinds of different ways. These events, you know, we had long endurance-style events, we had strength events, and we had pretty much everything in between. So it played out really well.
And we had some fantastic races in the process.
Amazing
We are
races.
set to announce the 4 individuals who will be heading to Albany, New York. Let's go down to the floor for the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. I want to thank all our sponsors: Northern Spirit, Heart and Soul, Frog Grips, Mayhem Athlete, CrossFit Mayhem for hosting Mayhem Classic 2025. We're going to start with our women's division in 3rd place with 395 points. Emily Rolfe. In 2nd place with 400 points, with 1 first place finish, Abigail Domet. And in 1st place, your 2025 Mayhem Classic, with 400 points, 1 first place finish, and 1 second place finish, Fee Sagafi. Let's give another round of applause for our ladies' top 3 Mayhem Classic 2025. In 3rd place with 390 points, Roman Kritikov. In 2nd place with 415 points, Colton Mertens. And in 1st place, your 2025 Mayhem Classic overall winner with 440 points, Austin Hatfield.
We know the first 4 individuals who are heading to the CrossFit Games, and it was exciting all the way down to the wire. Mertens and Hatfield for the men, and on the women's side, Abby Domet and Fee Sagafi. You know, we talked about how you thought it would play out. I don't know if those are the 4 individuals people thought would be punching their tickets going into this competition.
No, they were for sure in the conversation. You know, we've seen a lot of history from those guys, and especially here at Mayhem, we have a couple Mayhem athletes on the podium. So, yeah, I mean, who knew? There's a huge group of athletes that had an opportunity, so congrats to those guys.
And congrats to you and the Mayhem community here. I mean, what you were able to do in such a short period of time, and the fact that this will once again be a functional gym tomorrow, holding classes at 5 a.m. What's it been like for you to watch that whole process come together?
I mean, it's super awesome. We have a huge group of volunteers and staff and everyone that made this happen. So, yeah, thanks to all those guys, and they're really the unsung heroes for sure.
You got a favorite moment of the weekend?
Oh, man, you put me on the spot now. My favorite moment probably has to be Roman finishing those the first calories in 30 seconds. That was pretty fun to see. He really went for it there.
Yeah, I think you also got to go back to yesterday. If you watched the competition too, you had Guy Mairos on the heavy Isabel, what he was able to do. Also, you know, Abby Doma, what she did there. I think this is a fantastic way to kick off the in-person competition. The first of 9 in-person, or pardon me, 10. We have 9 remaining. We also have the virtual in-affiliate semifinals, and we have that last chance qualifier. So it's going to be a fun journey these next couple of months as we send 30 men and 30 women on to Albany, New York for the 2025 CrossFit Games. Let's send it back down to the floor in Bellamart.
Fee, we can definitely cry. The emotions are real. Tell me how you're feeling. Does it feel real that you are going back to the CrossFit Games after narrowly missing it last year? You're here, and you're on top of the podium nonetheless.
I am so happy. It's just so special coming back to a place that I always tend to come back to just because I love coming here. I have the best friends. I had my girl, Rebecca Devine. She was praying for me, literally like, yes, the Lord is in my heart. She was praying for me before every single event. And years ago, I came to Mayhem to fight for that bid, got it. It got rescinded, and I think I threw up a story, and I was like, y'all, you guys want to invite me back? I'll fight for it again. And we stood on top of the podium. I've never done that before.
I'm going to get emotional here. I'm so excited for you, Fee. Not only am I excited for you, but your family's here. I actually met your dad earlier today. He was so stoked to be here with you. Tell me about your relationship with your family and the support that they're bringing you here this weekend.
My family has been everything. They're like my rock when I've been down. I've been knocked down a lot of times over the last years, and sometimes you kind of question if this is still for me, and if there's one thing that I've always believed in, it has been in myself, and the reason for that is because my family, my amazing husband surprised me literally like 2 nights ago. Like I did not expect him to be here, and the fact that I get to show my best in front of him and this amazing crowd and my coach, and like I'm just filled with so much love right now. I can't believe it. So I'm excited to get back there.
Congratulations, Fee. Abigail, you're joining her in Albany this year. What I want to say is not only congratulations on being on top of the podium here in North America East. Last year, you were on top of the podium in North America West. A lot of times we talk about the difference in strength of the kind of different sides of the country. Tell me about it. Do you feel like you're solid here now that you can stand on top with the East region?
Yeah, definitely. Because that is something that a lot of people say. They're like, oh, well, if she's competing in the East, she wouldn't even get podium, then this and that. But that's whatever. It doesn't matter until you're face-to-face with people that changes things. That's something like coming into this competition, I just kept telling all the people around me, I'm like, I'm going to get my ticket because I'm not doing the online in a month from now. I'm just not going to do it because I want to compete face-to-face. I want to be there in the environment because that's just such a big difference for me. So, yeah, it comes down to when you're there in the moment, and that's how I see it.
Well, I like that you say in the moment because I want to know what your favorite moment was this weekend. I think the energy here at Mayhem is always a good time, and you're here competing with some of the best in the world. Tell me about your favorite moment. What was the highlight for you as an athlete this weekend?
It's so hard to pick. I went into this competition before it started, and I actually felt so nervous, and I hadn't felt that in a long time. And I was just like, why am I so nervous? Like, what's happening? But I knew in my heart that we will get the job done. And it just was such a great experience. Everybody here is so kind and so welcoming, and I just felt so good being here. It almost felt like a local comp because we're at a gym. There's fewer people. There's not a ton of us competing, and I was like, I don't know. It had something special here for sure.
Congratulations, ladies. I'll see you in Albany. Sean, what a show.
An absolutely entertaining show from start to finish, and look how close it was. Emily Rolfe only misses out by 5 points. Claudia Gluck got close as well, and Manon Anganez rounds out the top 5. I mean, when you see great finishes within the events, that's always fantastic. But when you see it come down to just a
Yeah.
matter of points, I mean, when you put the competition together, this is what you hope for.
Exactly. Yeah, that's we're used to seeing that in semifinals and regionals in the past. You know, it always comes down usually to the last event, and had to have such an exciting last event to finish it up was amazing. So yeah, coming down to just a few points there, and a few people just outside, and those girls just did great all weekend, and it paid off for them.
Now it's time for the men to have their moment in the sun. 2 qualifiers, Colton Mertens, Austin Hatfield there with Rory McKernan.
All right, boys. Well, we got Hopper staring me down over here, so I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not sure if I should be standing between you two, but I'm going to start with Colton. Dude, your poker face is undefeated. So I'd love to know what your expectations were coming into the weekend.
You know, I am fitter than I've ever been working really hard on a lot of weaknesses. I knew this was going to be a tough field, and that's why I came here. The best of the best are here if you're fit and you think you're going to be a threat this summer. This is where you want to be. Come punch your ticket. And, you know, I knew for sure I could hang with the best, but it was going to come down to how much I improved on some of my weaknesses, and I've gotten a lot better and got it done.
100%. So looking back over the events, what are the ones that you now focus on in the massive amount of preparation you have for the CrossFit Games?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of upper body pressing stamina. The overhead lunges and handstand walks is what put me in a pretty big hole today. But everything else has come along really well, and I think we'll make massive progress from now to the games.
I love nothing more than like you're chirping online, and you know, you like to have some fun. It's a ribbon. Like, you guys have any of that behind the scenes, or when you guys are here in person, is it all business?
There's a lot of bullshit going on in the warm-up area. It's a competition inside the competition, dealing with a lot of these, you know, freaking gorillas and these big dummies that, you know, thought they were going to come in here and, you know, big man workout, and now they're saying little guy workout. So you gotta give Austin his credit. These guys back here bitching about the programming. This guy's fitter than you right now, and we all got some catching up to do.
Love that, man. Hey, congratulations on a silver medal in a fantastic event. Austin, you heard the man there. Looking back now, dust is settled. How you feeling about the entire event?
I mean, overall, pretty good. You know, came in with, if you're not first, you're last. Took first, so.
You know, we chose to do this early. We thought it'd be a great opportunity for athletes to qualify and then have more preparation. What's the advantage of that in your mind?
You know, just less pressure. You don't have to go and beat your body up throughout the rest of the season, you know. Games training will be a lot easier, you know, focusing on weaknesses now, working on things throughout the season.
Fantastic. What does it do for your confidence to walk away from the Mayhem Classic with a gold medal?
It's a big confidence boost. You know, I wanted to come in here and win, but, you know, confidence is always high. I feel like the work you put in, if you're not working hard, then you don't have confidence.
You got nothing.
Nothing.
Hey, it's great watching you compete. Congratulations. You're the champion of the 2025 Mayhem Classic.
For the second straight year, Austin Hatfield heading to the CrossFit Games. 440 points. He led wire to wire.
He did. He did amazing on that run. We talked about that several times, and he just continued to do amazing all weekend. He's really fit, and I think Colton said it best. He's really fit, and I think the rest of the guys got some catching up to do.
How about James Sprague? What a day two he had. Moved himself all the way up to 4th place, and Roman Krennikov, of course, is going to be cashing a $3,000 check courtesy of his win in event number 5. Send it back down now to the competition floor. Rory McKernan and Rich Froning.
All right, so Rich, you got the athletes here. You got the people here. The Mayhem Classic is done for 2025. Give me your recap. How you feeling about it?
Everybody out. This has to be a gym in the morning. No, I think that's Josh told me to say that. So, no, man, it's awesome. All the volunteers, all of our people, anybody that came out to help, first and foremost, couldn't have done it without you guys. And then, man, what a show the athletes put on. Man, that was fun. It was a good time. Thanks, everybody who came out to spectate and support. And hope you guys had some fun, and maybe we'll do it again.
I hope so. As the man who put the test together, it's always fun to watch it come together. So let's kind of talk through these events and some of the highlights for you. Starting with event number 3, what were the high points? What really stood out?
Was that yesterday? Was event 3 yesterday? I don't know. I'm just kidding. My brain
you
is
got
gone.
Me on that one. I was
know,
like,
right? No, I think it's when you look back at the whole thing, watching the athletes go through it, you want the athletes to shine through the test. And so, you know, watching them move through those thrusters, have the legless, I think, you know, just how close all those finishes were. You'd see 1 or 2 athletes kind of pull out to a lead, and then there'd be a group, and man, it was just all weekend. There was something to watch on every single event. So
Yeah, and the races really played out.
every event had some type of race in it. And I think as you put the test together, obviously you want to see the athletes shine, and I think we saw that this weekend.
Up to and including event number 4, we see like James Sprague, for example, kind of coming out of nowhere, sprint to the finish, which
Sam
I can hear.
in an early heat.
I can hear how excited you were in the
Yeah.
booth when the races played out.
Yeah. It was hard not to let your emotions get the best of you because you're a fan of it, watching it. And so, Sprague and Jorge having that little battle there, but then, the other battle between Colton and Hatfield all weekend was fun to watch. And then moving on to event 5. Event 5 was just Roman getting off the bike in 30 seconds. One of the more impressive things I've seen. So, man, it was just fun to watch. We joked about it yesterday, but usually the endurance test is a boring test.
Yeah.
But it was so much fun to watch because the athletes, we just come back to how good these athletes are and how good of a show they put on. It was awesome.
And then, of course, the women was no exception. The challenge, the races there were exciting.
The whole time.
The whole time. Event number 3, anything that surprised you when you saw it kind of play out with the women? That they did better or worse than the men?
No, I think, we knew the legless would be a little bit different for the women. The thrusters did play heavily into that. We saw, different game plans play out, but it was just smooth as fast, and really it was almost the exact same test for both male and female.
Event number 5, you psycho, you put $3,000 on the line.
I know, hey, I wanted to see a race. Little did I know it was going to be close anyway. I mean, I think did we have a tie on the female side?
For the overall points.
Overall points, which is, exactly
Beautiful.
what we want, right?
Beautiful.
So I didn't even need to put up the 6K, but I was worried that, hey, if somebody already had something locked up, and, to see Fee and all these girls send it on that final event, it was awesome.
Yeah, and an overall finish in point, they're tied in points that went down to second place finishes. That's exactly what you want when you watch competition, and I cannot wait to see these 2 women go head-to-head again in Albany, represent Mayhem Classic as the qualifiers from there, and take it to the next level.
Yeah, awesome weekend. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out.
All right, we want you guys to remember that we have if you join Mayhem Athlete now, you are automatically entered. And don't worry if you're already a Mayhem Athlete. You're automatically entered. But the bottom line is, if you're a Mayhem Athlete, you go to mayhemathletes.com, sign up for any of our tracks, any of the offerings that we have. We're giving away a games experience. We're going to get tickets to the CrossFit Games. You're going to come to our activation at the Games. We're taking over a gym, probably work out with Rich, or as I like to say, you get to start with Rich, and then he does his workout, you do yours. But it's fantastic. Every time we go to the Games, it's a tremendous experience. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, obviously, the Games is the Games. And then, it kind of started when I stepped away from competition. We did Taking Over Madison. And so looking forward to being in Albany, taking over an affiliate, and having some fun.
So, yeah, go to mayhemathletes.com, sign up, join the family. Hopefully you've seen a little bit of what we have to offer and the flavor that we like to bring. I had an amazing week. I want to thank you, my friend, for putting this on, the athletes, and any final thoughts for you?
No, I think we said how awesome the volunteers are, how awesome the community was here to watch, how awesome the athletes are. Heart and Soil, Northern Spirit, Rogue, this incredible event floor and everything we have, Frog Grips, everybody else that's been here. It's been incredible.
Peace out from the Mayhem Classic for us.
Peace.
Around the